Howdy, folks. Just getting some more soldering time in. Doing a little bit of cleaning up and let me open the YouTube just to make sure that I'm also on the YouTube. Boopy dooby doo. There we are. Hey, Paul, how's it going? How's everything? Yeah, twice in one day. I'm just getting some stuff cleaned up here, and I figure, well, I'm out here, might as well. My daughter's watching Quantico with my daughter, and I don't know. I was in the first few episodes, but I find it repetitive and boring. So I'm out here doing what I'm doing, chilling for a little while. It's a beautiful thing. Just cleaning up the table a little bit. Let me see if I can give you a back view of this. Yeah, this is from. There we go. I'm just a little lower, I suppose. Well, not that low. Give me a sec. Alrighty. Just it's the cable that I gotta watch out for because it keeps pulling the camera. There we go. That's a good, somewhat view of my desktop, of my a different angle here. And I'm just going to be doing these little things today. You can't see them, but power supplies. In the meantime, I'm trying to, like I said, clean everything up, throw away what I got to throw away, and that's it. I'm also desoldering a few of the. One of my guys, hang on, here we go. One of my guys has a. Here we go. Well, he's not doing this for me anymore, but he had this bad habit. I mentioned it in another episode. He had this bad habit of using too much flux, and then you don't use flux on these things. You shouldn't. But what happened was, time goes by and it erodes. If you leave the flux on, if you don't burn it off, it erodes the copper itself, and then, well, that's no fun. So I'm getting rid of the connectors, or rather, getting rid of the wires on these connectors to reuse them, because the connectors are perfectly fine. They're just the wires broke off them. I had to redo them. So how are you doing, Paul? How's everything out in your neck of the woods? Same with the plumbing. Yep, flux can cause problems. And I got to be honest with you. I'm a huge fan lately of what's this called? Of can't get the thought out. PEX tubing, because it's just fantastic. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Let's see if I can get all this garbage out of here. Depending on how long it takes me, it's almost not worth it, because these things cost about $1, or depending on which, it's either 50 cents or $1 each. And now I'm here trying to, well, really it's not it's not that big of a loss, because what I'm doing is I'm actually taking the old solder off, but I'm also retinning at the same time. So in essence, it's, if I can manage to get the old wires out of there and flick them out and retin, then in the end, it's not that big of a loss, because I'm tinning the wires anyway. So yeah, there you go. Got some nice new. I'll take rosin over flux any day. Not that there's much of a difference, but there is. There we go. This one has still got a little bit. It's not, the cup isn't completely cleared. There we go. Snowy and cold, but it's going up to 60 for Christmas. Well, oddly enough, it's about 62 over here. So it's not bad. It's not bad over here either. Let's see. Let's do this one. This one's nice because one wire broke off it, but I got the other wires, so at least I can. Yeah, I'm tempted. I mean, these are good connections. Let me take a look at the flux now. See, I'm already looking at the discoloration in them, so it's a shame too. Hey, Bruce, how's it going? 2 days to go. Yes, absolutely. There we go. That one was easy. That one also. There we go. That one was easy to tin. That's easy to tin. Yeah, so Bruce, I was telling Paul, Guten Tag, Dirty Knobs. I was telling Paul that I was, one of my guys just doesn't know how to solder, or he knows how to solder. He can solder well if he's got 1,000,000 pounds of flux on the stupid thing. which basically, anybody that uses flux, whether it's in a plumbing or whether dumb question, do I know how to roll cigars? Nah, no clue, no freaking clue. I've seen it done. There's a place down here called Cuban Crafters, and they do it all the time there. So I mean, but no, me personally, no clue. I can get I can get you cigar boxes for ridiculously expensive cost. You're better off buying them on eBay, because I mean they do. People think, oh yeah, go to Miami. Yeah, granted, you go to Miami and you get good Cuban or Nicaraguan or whatever cigars, but they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Even the boxes are not cheap. If you want to buy them by themselves, it's crazy. But anyway, we can make our own boxes. We're woods people, or wood people. All right, there's another one. Where did I put the first one? There it is. All right. Because I've got a few laying around here that I'm cleaning up. Oh, good. This one's going to be easy. Yep. See that one? I go to move it out of the way and it breaks off. All of these, same thing. So I was saying about as far as the flux is concerned, folks, and so I was talking to Paul about it. This stuff is like Paul said, it's the same with plumbing. The flux just tends to completely ruin, etch you never want to leave flux. Flux is acid. It's meant to get rid of the oxidation, but it's supposed to boil away with the incredible heat that you're adding to it. If you put the flux on both places and then you just solder the wire and let the solder go into the wire and you there's a right amount of flux that you got to put in. There's a right amount. If you even use flux. I don't need to use flux. This is rosin core solder. Why do you need flux? Let's see what I can do here. Why, do you have a bunch of tobacco and you're trying to roll some cigars, Dirty Knobs, or what's the deal? There we go. Oh, and the other thing, folks, if you have flux and it spills down to the little pool, the little cave that is the black part of the, well, you can't see it, but the black part of these connectors, you run the risk of having a very, very thin vapor-like solder line, and it'll cause just enough resistance that if you're talking about low voltage circuits or sensitive circuits, like in the case of the JaviBox, then you're going to short. They're going to be shorted out. Rather, not shorted, but going to cause enough resistance to cause havoc with the inputs and the outputs. Not so much the outputs, but the inputs. The outputs, yeah, the outputs too, because you'll have two on at the same time. It's not a good thing. I don't believe there's a mosquito down there, but it's you know how it is. You get paranoid every now and then just because you. I had one mosquito come in here and it nibbled and basically got away with a lot of my blood, and now I'm paranoid that either it's still around or it's buzzing around somewhere, and every time a hair moves on my legs or my arms, I get paranoid. Oh, that's weird. No, I guess it's not so weird. My my soldering iron went up to like 410. I've set it at, you know what? It's set too high at 392. Let me set it at 385 or even lower. Okay, this is well and dandy. Let's see the next one. You know, Al and Russ should be dropping by later. Uh, Al Forte, friend of ours in the woodworking community. He said he might come by later. Beautiful. Every once in a while, I'm not able to grab when one of these things, one of these pockets, you put a wire in it and then the wire breaks off. You got nothing but a bunch of little strands, and it's tough sometimes to get all the strands out because you've got the uh, the solder in there. I mean, I could use my vacuum bulb, but I still have to then start scraping stuff out. I'd rather just see if I can get the whole thing out. So, what have you guys been doing lately? Anything interesting in the world of wood or the world of, well, whatever world you're in? Vacationing? How's your vacations? How are your kids? How are your grandkids? I don't have grandkids yet, but one day, hopefully. Good. There's another one. Let's see if we got any laying around. Yeah, we got a few over here. Let's see. These are just bare wires. Could definitely reuse these. Both sides. Yep, I could feel it. All I got to do is wiggle it a little, and I could feel one or two of them start to break apart. This guy, every single connector that he did, you know. I mean, it wasn't a waste of my time because in the end, I fixed a couple of them. One of the other guys made up a bunch of connectors for me, and I just swapped them out. But still, it's just, you'd think they'd be a little more. Well, that's why we got quality control. But unfortunately, I'm the only quality control. Good, nice and capped, brand new solder. What's wrong with using just rosin solder? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I said that earlier when you weren't here, Bruce. Rosin core solder. Rosin is perfect. That's all you need. This guy, I don't know why he had to add flux to everything. I guess he did some home plumbing jobs, and I guess he figures, well, flux works for plumbing. I might as well, and I have it here for, certain jobs and emergencies and things like that. And when you truly need to, but you use it sparingly and boil it off and then clean it off. That's the important part. They don't clean it off. So now they have an acid laying there. And then, what happens if I don't see it? And I'm lucky I caught it when I did, because if I didn't, all of a sudden I'm sending out a JaviBox, and in a month from now, or a couple weeks or however long, hey, Al's here. Hang on, let me bring him in. In a couple weeks, I end up having to redo the thing again. How you doing, Al? I don't hear your voice. Okay, giving you a second. Got it. Let's see here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right. Yeah. I do video back and forth, and the computer decides to change it all up as it wants. And
I hear you. Quite familiar with that aspect of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fixing my guys' mistakes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was telling the guys earlier. It's okay. So, well, I don't know how much you know of let me give you the whole history in a nutshell. I don't know. Did you hear any of it on the show? No, you came in late, but
No, I got there right at the end.
Okay. So in short, okay. February of last year, actually.
Is that a pun in short?
In short, yes. When you're working with electronics, it's always a pun. So let me try to be as concise as possible. In December, actually, of last year, well, Dave and I had been hanging out for a year or a couple years or well longer than that. You know that.
Yeah.
And but as of November or so, for some reason or another, we just got to hanging out daily. We would call each other at random and goes, "Hey, I want to chat." Yeah, we'd chat for 10 minutes. We'd chat for an hour. Sometimes one of us would feel like procrastinating. We'd call the other one, or sometimes just to say, "Hey, guess what I got?" And fun stuff. Well, so moving on, in December of last year, about a year ago, he had mentioned that a couple of people he'd been ever since he'd mentioned it a few times ever since Xylotex went out of business. He wanted somebody to he was hoping somebody would step up and do that. And two or three times throughout last year, I he said, "Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it?" And I said, "Well, let me look at it. Let me look at it." And every time I said, "Nah," because there's no money in it. There's absolutely no money in it. But then I finally broke down in December and January, and I go, "You know what? All right." He convinced me, and he said, "Oh, and you'll be on my site and this and that." And, okay, great, wonderful. So let's do it. And then so February 14th, Valentine's Day of this year, I did my research for about a month and a half from like December to January. I researched every type of controller, every type from Arduinos to Raspberry Pis to parallel Ethernet, UCC and C, these things, and originally I was going to go with the TB6600 drivers, but oddly enough, I started building 2 or 3 machines, and out of the 8 drivers I ordered, 3 of them were burned out.
Really?
So it wasn't a very. Now they're okay if you always have the settings correct, but basically, well, anyways, I'm going on a tangent here. So bottom line is, for the JaviBox, I chose the best possible components without going overboard. I'm not going to be charging somebody $500 extra for a component that they don't need for a do-it-yourself hobby box.
Right.
I mean, for a do-it-yourself hobby box.
Yes.
Anyway, so to help Dave sell some machines, mostly, and also just to have some fun, because I missed the electronics part, the soldering. I started selling them. And basically the cost is, I mean, we're talking about 300 to 350 in parts, and about 350 in parts, and a couple $100 for my time. And it's originally, the first few boxes, it was 20 hours of time. It's soldering 231 connections.
Right.
So I mean, look at this 4 connections just on here. People watch me all the time. They see me spend 15 minutes just to solder a 5-pin DIN connector and hook it up. And I mean, just to solder it. Well, anyway, bottom line is, I enjoyed it. I had fun. And long story short, things are going well. I'm starting to sell them. So about I don't know whenever it was, sometime this year, sometime in the middle of the year, I was about at my 40th box. I had finished selling about 40 boxes, and I thought, you know what? This is an ongoing thing. I'm selling about 1 a week. So let me go ahead and I went out and I invested a lot of money and bought a bunch of saving a lot of money, because I saved about $100 per box. So my investment, and I figured, well, I might as well collect the profits because I'm investing my money. That's my interest. So bottom line is, I saved about $100 a box by buying 50 of them in bulk.
Right. Well,
which makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I'm not a business, but I'd like to make a little money where I can, especially for my time. I don't mind volunteering, but people are already happy with the price. The price is set. I might as well see what I can do to eke out without compromising quality by any means. And so I did that. And about 3 boxes later, Dave advertises. Dave advertise. First of all, he did a review of another controller.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, oh, wait a second, and I texted him because he'd been a little bit distant, and then for some reason or another, he did the controller, and I texted him and I said, hey, is there something I should know about? Hey Jim, how's it going? Jimbo Poot is here. So
Cheers.
Yeah, Jim Bashir's. Well, long story short, I asked him, is there something I should know about? And he said, no, I'm not doing anything for him that I didn't do for you. And I go, okay, I understand and stuff. And then, and all this, but I just hoped that, partially because of our friendship, I know business is business and we understand, but maybe it was a lack of communication on my part, but I just thought he'd be, pushing the product. And I didn't mean it. Here's the problem. I didn't mean it in any offensive way whatsoever, but we didn't talk face to face that time. It was a text. So you know what happens with texts. People interpret them their own way.
Hey.
So I have not talked to him directly since that time. I did that text. And then, I said, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't, whatever. I didn't, he said, what do you mean push you? I pushed you, plenty. And goes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be, that way, and my side of the story is I'm making these things to sell more Gattons. So, but he doesn't see that side either, anyway, bottom line is, and that's not his concern anyway, rightly so. So, that's not his responsibility. Well, so I asked him 2 or 3 days later, I asked him, look, is there anything wrong? I haven't heard from you, because I was expecting, I asked him a couple of times, hey, chat, didn't hear anything from him. And then the next thing I know, he says, no, I'm just not in the mood to talk to you these days. And I said, okay, fine. Now I'm the type of guy, I don't, whether it's a girlfriend or a friend or, well, maybe I'll take an exception to a family member, but if it's a friend, if they don't want to see me, the ball's in their court. When they want to see me, I figure they'll call me. And if not, I'm sorry. But the bottom line is I did not, reach out to him anymore because I figured, well, he'll when he's ready, he'll chat and whatever. Maybe he's going through some tough times because, hey, I'm always thinking I'm not in their shoes.
We all get in our own.
And Rocky died recently.
Yeah, exactly.
So now that happened after. I think it happened, but he might have been sick. I don't know what happened, but the bottom line is the following week he put the guy featured. I mean, he put the guy. So he did the review. The following week he put the G3 on his website.
Uh-huh.
All right. The following week after that, he took me off his website and featured the G3.
Uh-huh.
And then about a couple weeks later, I'm blocked from his YouTube because I made a comment, how's everybody doing? And so I'm blocked from his YouTube. I'm kicked off his or blocked. I don't know what the case may be. Kicked off his Gatton site. So in the end, I don't know, for some reason or another, he really took offense. I'm hurt because I lost a friend. I feel, I wish it was back to, it is what it is. Okay. And I wish him the best. And as I've always have, and I'm still supporting him and trying to, push people his way. I don't care, a friend's a friend, but anyway, it is what it is. and pretty soon, whatever guy is making the G3s, they're gonna see. Because I don't know how long I'll be doing this, but luckily I've turned it into, and that's what I'll get to now in a second. Why I have guys building them. I turned it into, I don't want to say a profitable business, because I still don't consider it a business, but now it's one of these kind of businesses that's running it on its own.
Did you have people locally building them for you, or?
Yeah. See, okay. So here's the long and the short of it. I own 3 businesses. One of them is a call center. All right.
Right.
And I had 18 people in the call center, and we, in short, we service eBay. We service. We're one of many call centers that service eBay, but we service. Well, anyways, one. I'm not going to say the name of it, but eBay's the easy one. I'm not going to say the name, but we service a major cruise line. Now, COVID happens.
Right. So that one's pretty much
basically all our guys, well, their hours were cut from because I get a certain number of hours from them, and from about from 60 hours per person a week to on average to 40 hours total. And there were 8 guys just servicing them. 8 of my 18 guys were, so now they're basically out of work. And they're asking me, well, a couple of them switched over to a towing company, and we service a towing company also. One of these, a call center that, they call when they need emergency assistance, those kind of things, like the SOS that you press on your thing. Well, anyway, but there's a few of them that didn't want to do that or have done it before, and they don't like that scenario. And basically I figure, well, let me give them some. I put up a little instructions on what to do in the order to do it. I showed them. I showed my manager over there, Juan, how to do it. He's teaching them. Delegate. You got to delegate. And my guys are building. And the reason I did this was because it just so happened that Dave, basically, I was doing one a week with Dave, and out of the 43, I think 2 of them, or maybe 3, didn't have anything to do with the Gatton. They were just people that heard through the Gatton CNC site.
They use it as a controller for their stuff.
They use it as a controller for their stuff. One guy bought an Avid, and he's using it as a controller for his Avid. Another one had I think it was either a Shark or I think it was a Shark. But anyway, and his burned out, well, anyway. So what happens? Now I've got 47 entire units, and I'm thinking to myself, holy crap, I'm not going to get stuck with 47. I have to sell these somehow. So I go to Makerspaces. I know a lot of people in this town. And
hey, look.
And it was easy to sell them.
I've got my desoldering station. I can help you take them apart. Okay. If you need some help, I'm here to help. Okay?
I hear you, but it's not taking them apart. None of them were built. I had maybe 4 built. I mean, none of them were built, but I had, what it is to have.
But it's not like you need help building them. You need help
getting
sold.
Exactly. And now I don't, because now, I mean, at this point, a couple of the guys that were working on the call center, now they're going out to different maker communities. Gotcha. And not only do they sell them to the maker community, because they sell them along with a CNC, which name shall remain nameless. And because I'm promoting Dave, so I don't want to do any.
I'm totally blown away.
And anyway, but they basically package the whole deal. And so their guys in the maker community have the fun of building the CNC. They're woodworkers. They're not electronics people, so they get my box. Right. And the best part is, out of every one of those, probably on average, I've gotten 8 or 10 sales out of each, maybe more, out of each of those each maker community, because their students go there, they use the machine. And then my guy's there talking to him and saying, "Oh yeah. You can you don't no, it doesn't cost $10,000. You can get it for this much. You can get it for under $2,000." And they go, "Oh wow!" They're
Right.
super happy. So
Right.
they'll spend 1,000 on the machine, 1,000 or 700 on or 575 if they have the motors already on my box, and they're done, and they get to do it all themselves. Well, anyway. So all of a sudden, my sales start increasing. Let's put it this way: in the first 7 months, I sold 40. In the last 4 months, I sold 80. So it's practically, oh, they're asking if that's the bridge of the enterprise behind
Yeah,
you.
it's some of the consoles in the back. It's in the bridge. Yeah, it's on the side. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I was considering actually. I'm not considering. I'm when I get to the when I finish building the shop. One of the things I want to do is on my door to the shop is I want to make I definitely got to make a Doctor Who door.
Yeah, a TARDIS. A TARDIS.
A TARDIS. I got to do a TARDIS.
In my shop, I started to. In fact, I painted it TARDIS blue. I went out and got the blue color, one of the many blue colors. But anyway, I settled on one and had it mixed, and I painted the back, and I've got some vinyl to go up where it says Police Box, and it's like one of those many projects that I've started and never finished up. But yeah,
I hear you. I've got. Well, you can't see it from this angle, but maybe you can. Hang on. Okay, now you see the blue of the Colossus.
Yep.
That's TARDIS blue.
Yep.
Or one of the TARDIS blues. Obviously.
Yeah.
Because they're each a different color.
Yeah, I can't remember which one I settled on, but it was the one that was most, that I liked the most.
Yeah, Matt Smith's was I think that Matt Smith's new box was the coolest looking on the outside.
Physically went out, got the Pantone colors, had them mix for me, and man, I had a heck of a time trying to get it mixed. It's like, but here's the colors. This is the Pantone. Well, we don't use Pantone. We use. Well, can't you convert it over?
Yeah. Exactly. Well, luckily I'm a painter, so I can convert from Pantone to pigments. But to finish the story, what finally happened was, like I said, I got these guys to build it, and there's a couple guys who are doing a phenomenal job, and they'll knock out. I'm about. I just had a run, so I'm just about even now, and when you see me building in here, that's because I've had a run. Because usually they build about 4 a week.
Cool.
And it's even with the sales. Now here's the thing, and that pays for them. I mean, for their hours. So basically, maybe I'll make a couple bucks an hour on all their labor. So.
Hey. Yeah.
So for doing nothing, well, I don't want to say for doing nothing. I get the boxes at the end and I test every single one.
Well,
that's what happened. I went in and I'm testing these things, and I am so glad I caught it on the first batch, because one of the guys was using flux, and Jim can appreciate this, and you can appreciate this, and probably, well, all the guys in the chat room have soldered before. So. And I
tell me, don't tell me they were using acid flux. They were using rosin, right?
They were using. Let me see, because this is the same one I have, and it's non-acid.
Okay.
It's non-acid. Okay. So at least they did that. However, there's a proper way to use flux. I know. You gotta let the flux burn. The flux burns off. It burns off for a reason, because when you have residue of the flux,
right,
two things was happening. One of them, and this I found out almost by accident, but not by accident. The input connector, which is a five pin DIN. The input connector was. I checked each one with a continuity probe, and perfect, no problem for each one. It didn't occur to me to check between. Actually, I did. I checked with a beep beep, with a continuity meter
Uh-huh.
between each one to see if there were any cross shorts, and it was fine. Then I go and I finish the final wiring, hook everything up, and it was acting quirky. What the hell? Now, this is very low voltage signals that takes to trigger this. What had happened was the flux formed a nice little pool on the inside of the connector. Some of the solder basically created a bridge, and you couldn't see it because
Right.
it's all dark, and it was such a vapor thin line. Well, let's put it this way: I put a probe there, and there was some resistance.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
There was actually some resistance between the things. I mean, not a great deal of resistance is the problem. So in the end, and then another thing happened. I'm moving around the wires, and I kid you not, all I did was move the wires 2 or 3 times. And I know you shouldn't bend the wires back and forth. Copper is going to bend, is going to break. But this was like I did like 1, 2, boom, and it tore right off. And I'm going, what? Then I started looking at them. They're all green. They're all gray and green. And basically they left the solder. The solder was eating the copper. And bad solders. So, I mean, I replaced them all. And now what I'm doing is I've been saving these for a while. Now what I'm doing is actually removing all the wires, retinning because I mean, they're a buck a piece. I'm not going to.
So was that a 5-pin DIN, the same thing as was on the AT keyboards back in the old PC days?
No, not exactly. It's a different 5-pin. This is an aviation connector.
Okay.
It's a GX. I either do GX12s or GX16s.
Okay.
Which are, hang on. Here, let me do it this way. It's almost the same thing. You see it?
Pretty darn close, yeah. But
the difference is, if you look, look how thick the pins are.
Yeah.
The other one, the pins were in a semicircle on the top half.
Right.
You see, these go almost all the way around. It's just a different configuration. It's Javi can't buy those pre-wired like half. Whatever, but yeah. Oddly enough, Jim, yes. Recently, that's what I've been doing. I finally found a source that'll sell me pre-wired with the solder pins on them. And I just ordered them. But the problem is I got to order them from China. They take forever to get here. Because I mean, this is all about price. I could order them for $5 a connector. And it takes I paid them less than $5 to solder 4 connectors on. So 4 connectors together. So money wise, I know it's pennies, but money wise, and most of them are doing a fantastic job. It's just this one guy who's no longer doing it for me anymore, clearly. But I'm not letting him near a soldering gun. He can do other stuff, but here's the thing. It's like, and he's not doing any other stuff as far as for the Javi boxes, because even if he did a menial task like hang on, let me just, I can't think and chew gum at the same. Even if he did a menial task like screw these, where am I? These connectors, the green, the green plug-in connectors on the.
Jim says, "Put down the gun."
Yeah.
What gun, Jim? What gun?
Yeah, put down the soldering gun when I'm talking. Can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Yeah. Well, yeah, the worst part about doing something like this is when, let me see. I mean, look at that. That's frayed. That's completely broken off, right? So then on the connector, I mean, look at that. Look at the condition of that thing. The connector, it's broken off. So now I got freaking frayed wires in there, and the solder and trying to get the frayed wire. It's annoying. But it's not annoying. It's entertaining for me.
I used to, or I not used to, but well, I guess I used to. I got a job assembling some kits one time, and what they were was a phone.
Good night, Paul. I'm sorry. I just was saying good night to Paul.
Okay,
there.
yeah. To a loudspeaker configuration for out in a warehouse, in a shop, in a machine shop where it's loud. So
Right.
whenever the phone would ring, it'd sense the tip in the ring, and it'd sense it go high, and then
Right.
kick in, and
Yeah.
out there. And I think I was doing them for $22 a piece, and I could do about three.
Is this one of those like a flashing bell or
Kind of like a flashing bell, but what
Yeah.
we did, in fact, it was a kit like that. But what we did is we made some cuts in it and converted it over to where it actually would take a klaxon and power a klaxon, and that would be the noise. But that was, to me, that was the most fun I've had, and got paid for it.
Yeah.
In a long time. I mean, just gosh, it was just. I wish I could find more piecework like that. Okay, build this.
Yeah.
And that's. But I don't know. I just, between everything that I've been doing, concentrating on it. But it is fun. It is lots of fun.
I hear you.
Lots
I
of.
finished another one now. Now look at it. This thing's it's all green. It's all green and crumbly. It should never look this way. Well, it's like
sounds like corrosion, like
it's corrosion. It's a reaction. It's definitely a reaction. But it's a reaction to the flux.
Almost like if they had used acid core.
Yeah, but I mean they're doing it in the same building that in the same call center in a different room, so so we're aware of what they're doing. I mean, well, we monitor them. It's not like they do it at home and they send it to us.
Huh.
But yeah, it's annoying. But it is what it is, People are
well, stuff happens, man. I mean,
stuff happens, exactly.
Really does.
And some of these things are just so caked with flux on the bottom that I basically I can't boil it off because it's so much. I'll melt the plastic. I gotta scrape it off first.
You need a desoldering gun, Javi.
Yeah, I've got half a dozen. They're in a box.
I needed one. I've been using a bulb desoldering iron for forever, and
Right.
I've desoldered 40-pin.
Which one did you get? The one that has the bulb and the soldering? Hang on.
No. What I did is I actually got a vacuum pump.
Oh yeah. I've got one of those. Those are awesome. Those are
and
fantastic.
the reason I did is because I got tired of the bulb, squeezing out of the top and stuff. And I was going to get one that had both soldering iron and
Right.
And then when I went back to get it, they didn't have it. It had sold out. So I got the one that was just the desoldering iron. Thinking back on it, it was probably better that way because I have my soldering iron over on the side. It's a nice little soldering iron, and I would have had to disconnect it and connect it and stuff. This way,
Yeah,
this is
exactly. The thing is, I'll be honest with you, Al. I'm a. Let me see. We had soldering class in the Air Force. It was a 2-week class. Yeah, I don't blame them. That's how long it takes, at least. and then you need the practice. Well, anyway,
Jim, we soldered on nails, Jim. We learned how to tin in the Air Force. We learned how to tin and how to solder that way. I mean, it was crazy. And yeah, it was a 2-week class. It was crazy. We also learned how to, tubes too, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah. The tube days. I miss those.
And Jim, I never really got into using wick. I don't know where it's at. It's in this mess somewhere, but the bulb
It depends. Here's the thing, Al. It depends what it's for. If you're working, for instance, if you're working on a board, and I mean, wick is the best. You put the wick on the back side of the board. I mean, you just it'll suck everything up. Have a nice day, and you pop the pin right out. Although that's if you're reusing the pin. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm not reusing the pin, that chip is getting clipped, and then I just pull all the pins out. But
here's where I got proficient in my thought. I mean, because I think it did give you a little proficiency. I was repairing Commodore 64 computers, and they've got a big 40-pin DIN UART that is in there, But anyway, so I had to take and unsolder those chips out, and then put a socket in, because I didn't really have a way to test them, and then put a known good chip in to see if that fixed the problem. Really, I mean, that was my way around it, basically.
Well, that's just replace components until it starts working again.
But if it didn't, then guess what? Believe it or not, that chip went back in that socket. And they say you're not supposed to put soldered chips back into, but they always worked. They always worked fine.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was like, but anyway, so I got really good desoldering those chips that way. But like I'm saying, I've had enough of the bulb desoldering iron. I think because the last time I went to use it, I wasn't doing good. I mean, I guess I wasn't, in the mood to do that.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm going to get me this, because I've got a lot of components I need to desolder, because I scrounge components all the time.
Right.
It's just.
I think the worst part about this is that after desoldering, after removing, and see, I figure I'm not wasting time, because not only am I removing the wires, but I'm retinning it at the same time. So I'm going to have to sit with the new connectors and tin them anyway. So basically, this adds maybe another minute, if that, and a couple of minutes of my time, that's worth $1, of the chip. So, but after I do all of these, I've got a little handful here. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, about 10 of them. There's about 10 of them that were messed up. After I do, now I got to solder the wires on myself, or give it back to them to do it. But I'd rather just do it. They're fun. It's fun. This is entertaining.
It is. I think so. Jim said that he had to learn how to solder surface-mounted ICs on those newfangled air traffic controller radios. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, Jim. It's very funny you say that, because the first time that I ever soldered a surface mount chip was on I think it was an ICOM. Was it a W2? I don't know, but it was. I was doing a modification on one of the ICOM handhelds. And that thing was freaking tiny, and and you had to learn how to. And it's the easiest thing. Well, no. Okay, let me. I screwed it up 3 times before I got it right. So it wasn't the easiest thing. The first 2 times, I did it like a regular, used a fine tip and tinned it and dropped it in and stuff. No, and the solder it was horrible.
It was up in the air, yeah. You put
it was horrible, and
you
then
hold it down and you go.
And then I finally read up on it. I go, oh, they're actually using flux and an air and exactly an air. It sunk right in. It fit, and they go, oh my God, this is awesome.
Yes.
The true, I think the true peak, and I don't do this for a living, so for me, this is a pinnacle of my soldering, was when the iPhone 6 Plus, the original 6 Plus, not the 6SE, the iPhone 6 Plus, I don't know if you're aware of it, but there has an issue where it ghosts. And what I mean by ghosts is they call it the ghost screen or whatever, because you're just there, and all of a sudden it starts hitting keys at random. It starts changing screens, you know? It's as if some ghost was tapping the numbers. And also, you go to tap and nothing comes up, you know? So, and it's intermittent. And if you bend the phone a certain way, or not bend, but if you, you know, well, what had happened was, and this is a known problem by Apple, so much so that they give you, get this, $125. You have to pay $125 if you're in warranty to get it fixed. That's the agreement. So they don't fix it for free, even though they screwed up. You know, it sucks, and they won't touch it at all if it's out of warranty. But all these places know how to fix it, and so what it is the touch sensor chip. The main on the logic board, there's a touch sensor chip, and it's like I forgot what it was. It's something ridiculous, like a 64-pin chip. Okay, like an 8x8 or a 16x16. It's got a lot of little frickin' contacts on it. Well, apparently the logic board, the way it's mounted, the expansion and the contraction of the aluminum, not to mention when in time it is a very thin phone. I mean, you've probably seen the guy bending the thing, or you sit on it and it's a little bit bent. Well, anyways, the fact that it moves slightly, the chip unseats certain pins. And so what happens is, it was awesome. I cleaned it all up. I put the desoldering braid, and then I had to do it with it wasn't a microscope. It was a USB microscope that I have, and carefully the 3 or 4 pads that were not soldered properly, that I put a little tiny bead of solder in them, and then I just brushed on the flux, put it on there, heated it. And you actually, I mean, it was so cool watching the chip go,
isn't it?
And settle back. Now it took a light touch. You had to make sure that it was seated perfectly on there, because we're talking, this is not a resistor with 2 pins or a diode. Yeah. This is a chip, complete surface mount, where basically you're taking the place of a machine that's floating solder, you know, in essence. But it worked, and it lasted another 2 years before it failed again, and I was very happy. And that's when I finally broke down and bought the iPhone. Well, I had my girl's old phone for a while. Now I finally bought this ridiculous $1,200 phone.
Yeah, I resist the newfangled phones. I've got $100.
I tried, but I went from a 5 to a 12. So I figure it was an investment for a long time. It's a good jump. Yeah,
I could probably get an 11 for $10 a month for 30 months, which, you know, I could do that, but and I might, I don't know.
Yeah. I got to tell you, the reason I went with the 12, because I would have gotten a 10 or an 11, which was fine for me, more than adequate. Except lately, I've been finding that I'm doing more and more filming on the property with my phone. And the fact that this is semi, water resistant, besides I can get a case for it, and I can put it on a tripod, the phone camera is just phenomenal on the 12s. And I figure, what the hell? I might as well do some professional without having to buy a camera, YouTube filming with this one.
That's one way to think about them, is that they're cameras. I mean, literally.
Yeah.
I had an iPhone 3 and an iPhone 4. I got an iPhone 3 still out there.
Let me focus on this, and that way you guys can actually enjoy the soldering a little better.
One of the things that I really, really liked about it was the camera. The camera was so good.
On which one?
Well, back then, the iPhone 3, the 4.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, the cameras were just fantastic. I don't remember the actual megapixels, but it was like where regular phones had a 3 megapixel, they had an 8 megapixel.
Yeah.
It was just so much better.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
They were definitely on the cutting edge always. I ended up, I think a 5 or a 4 was the first iPhone that I bought because I was just extremely behind the times when it came to iPhone. Everything else, I was always, one jump ahead. Like right now, the latest thing that I'm doing is I'm researching into. It's not that really ahead, but I'm looking forward to not only building the house but incorporating individually addressable LEDs throughout. So one of the things that I plan to do for the let me grab the next one here. One of the things that I plan to do is all my Christmas lighting. See, look, I mean, I'm not going to even bend. I'm not going to even try, but I'm sure that if I look at this little caked stuff, I'm sure that if I bend it, I'd rather just, use the wire to pull it off. But
slide it off.
Yeah, I'm sure that if I bend it, it'll break right off. Anyway, so I've been watching these. I don't know if you've seen the holiday lights videos of these guys that do these, incredible light shows and the holiday lights and stuff.
Yeah, there's been some really nice ones out there.
Well, there's a place called Holiday Coro, which is really cool. It's hang on, let me see if I can get this one. Okay, now I see where it's. HolidayCoro.com, and they sell. Now here's the thing. The easy part is the lights. Let me see. Oh, let me.
Is the hard part the programming?
The hard part is the programming.
Yeah.
Hang on, and let's see, which is easy for me. First gen chips. Yeah, the round spider. 2 glasses of Kool-Aid to get it to stop. Yeah. Let's see. Earlier laptop Wi-Fi circuits. Oh man, refloating the motherboard in an oven. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Hey Frankie, how's it going? So I got into all these because I've been watching the different displays. Holiday Coro has, and I was thinking of making them myself, but there's no point. There are these things. Lately, LEDs have gone to the point where, or actually LED lights. Have a good one, Jim.
See you later, Jim.
So Holiday Coro has gotten to the point that, or rather, holiday lights have gotten to the point, the LED lights, that there's a now, not only are there strips of individually addressable LEDs where you can actually turn each one any value of color, 63,384, 63,384 colors. You know what, a 256 times 256 times 256.
Yeah.
You know the deal. Well, and white, because they actually have a white LED on them too. So each one of and some of these are ridiculous. It's like how many? It was I think it was per not per inch, it was per foot. It was something like it started off as 8 or 10 LEDs per foot, or 12, and then it got to 16. Now they're like at 32 LEDs. It's not per foot, it's per, well, anyway. Now it's gotten to the point that the LEDs are so freaking small that that's what they make those lightsabers out of, that go whoosh. It's just individually addressable LEDs.
Right.
Well, what happens is you have a program, and you have everything set up in different sections. For instance, if you watch one of those holiday lighting things, there'll be a talking Christmas tree. Well, the talking Christmas tree will have the following. They'll have one strand of addressable LEDs, which will be the Christmas tree. Another strand will be the mouth in an open position, another one in a closed position. So you could actually have them different ways. Okay, a pixel string is if you look up a pixel string is basically a set of individually addressable LEDs in the form of a holiday Christmas lights, 100 lights. And these things are 12 millimeters wide. So this place, Holiday Coral, has a bunch of designs. I imagine they cut them with CNCs on corrugated plastic, on coroplast, which is where their name Holiday Coral comes from. They'll send you a kit which includes the controller, or it may include the controller. You may have to provide your own because there's a lot of different brands of controllers. It includes the Christmas tree and the lights for the Christmas tree. It includes for a candy cane, it includes all the little components to put together your candy cane with tie straps and the lights, which you insert in the anyway. All these things are freaking hilarious, and these, I mean, are fantastic. And they're very, very simple. Well, in my terms, they're very, very simple. The only difficult part is, and there are programs that are easily made to program these things to cause different sequences and this and that. Now, here's the thing: the programs that create this, it's like working with animation. It's
Right, and it is, yeah.
You can have a matrix on your garage door about 3 inches apart of these, basically a net, if you will, of the LED Christmas lights, right? And you could have it, well, you could have it project a movie if you wanted to, but whatever. You could have a transmitter transmitting to 94.3 or whatever FM and have a sign saying, "Hey, listen to my holiday light show on this FM channel in your radio." And you can basically pre-program everything. Now, here's the thing. I didn't start off going, "Hey, I want to do holiday Christmas lights." The main reason why I was looking into all of this was because I was interested in the LED lights for my shop. Here's what I wanted to do in my shop. Let's say I'm inside. Let's say this blue pad is the shop, okay? And I'm here in the shop working on the table saw or whatever. Okay, I'm working on a table saw now. Somebody comes in, over here, and they're yelling Javi, Javi, and not over the table saw. And all of a sudden they yell loud enough for me to hear and surprise me, and I cut my arm off. I don't want to do that. So I mean, granted, we're all a little more careful than that, and we all tell our family. But who knows if a friend comes by and doesn't know that, or taps me on the shoulder and that comes from behind, and they don't know not to whatever. Or even if they come from the front and startle me. Well, the deal is, what I figure is, all along my shop, I'm going to have, all along the wall in the center, I'm going to have these LED lights. So then what happens is, whether it's along the center or maybe a tall vertical string on the edges, if somebody opens a door, it all turns slowly, fades to red. If my wife calls me, it'll slowly fade to yellow. If somebody comes in through through my I've got a sensor on my gate in the front driveway. If somebody comes through there, it'll be blue. So
Mm-hmm.
So the point is, it'll be a gradual thing. First of all, I'll know when the UPS guy comes in. I could stop, take my time, walk to the front. I'll know when my wife is home, or if my wife needs me at some other part of the house, rather than having her call me on the phone and scare me half to death or when the thing vibrates. So anyway, that was the initial idea.
Yeah, kind of like the runners at the bottom of the aisle in an airplane.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the thing is, you could do so much with it, because another thing, and this is why, now that I've designed the new house, I've I've already got it in the plan. I'm waiting for the financing to start building it. When I start building it, one of the things I'm going to incorporate it in it is everywhere there's going to be a box with low voltage wiring for motion detectors. And the motion detectors are not going to be this is going to be in a closed system, so nobody's going to peek in from outside and know when I'm home or not or whatever. The motion, because I know the lack of, I do see the lack of privacy and stuff, but the motion detectors are going to be like, let's say I'm walking into the kitchen, all right? Just before the kitchen, there'll be a motion detector. So if it's night, if it's dusk, it's all programmable. If it's after dusk, and the motion detectors trigger, fade the under cabinet lighting on. I could be in the middle of the night walking in the dark, and I'll never have to switch on a light. I'll just walk from my room straight to the dim lights will turn on as I'm walking in the living room and across the living room, and then I'll go to the kitchen and it'll go a little brighter, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I could see.
Not to mention the fact that since everything will be automated, and I've learned all about different automation techniques, the most recent ones like HomeKit and all this, where I can have a regular light switch trigger a light. So what'll happen is all my light switches, despite the fact that they'll be regular light switches, they won't actually be turning on a light. They'll be they'll be sending a signal.
Yeah.
I will have some old fashioned ones just in case the whole system goes out or something like that, obviously. But the point is, I leave the house, I forget the lights. No, or if I leave the house, I can program something that if nobody's home after an hour, shut everything down. In case
Yeah, the dirty knob says, and when you play music, it goes into disco lighting mode. Yeah, we see where you're going with this, Javi. We see where you're going.
There you go. There you go. Then that's exactly right.
Javi's going to go into full Saturday night mode.
That's right. In the city, shaking and yeah. Oh man, good times. I miss the old.
Do you miss the Bee Gees? Really?
I do. I know Mark Lindsay hates them.
I like the Bee Gees.
And I don't actually, obviously I miss them, but not in that sense. When I hear on the every now and then on the radio, obviously you don't, the thing I probably listen to the most I have XM radio in the car, and hang on, I got to lean back in the chair for a second. The thing I miss the most, the thing I watch the most is either Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup, which is fantastic. It's nothing but comedians all day long, and most of them are fairly Republican anyway. But not just that. What I do enjoy also is every now and then. I also watch do the classic rock stations. I like listening to CCR and the Doobie Brothers and those kind of songs. Now,
Blackwater.
Blackwater. Anytime I'm in the mood, sometimes I'll switch. Occasionally, I will switch to the '70s station where they play all '70s, and they've got some interesting songs. They've got some good ones. They got some bad ones, but every now and then, like for instance, KC and the Sunshine Band. When you hear, the Bee Gees. When you hear bum 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 bum, and I can't do the song justice, but it's like holy, just the intro of some of those songs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just flash you back into that mode.
Yes.
Queen's "We Will Rock You" and don't shh, don't and there's just some beats. Okay, so the Bee Gees, Staying Alive,
Live, yeah.
Saturday Night Fever. I mean,
Yeah.
these songs you don't want to watch. You don't want to hear them over and over and over. Like for
Like,
instance, I
like
would
we did,
with
like we did
CCR.
with Simmons.
I could listen to over and over and over. And these I not so much. But you know, at the car wash. I mean, when it's like doo 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 car wash. I mean, I can work and work. I'll crank it up and I'll pretend I'm in a discotheque in my car and then
So,
it'll
so
and then
going
it'll
back,
go away and then that's it. The feeling
going
passes.
back to what the 30 Knobs said, yes, he's going to be wiring his house for the disco lighting mode, and I even hear he's going to put up some disco balls in there too to kind of reflect them around too.
I don't know about the disco balls, but little too old for disco balls.
Uh,
I wonder if I still have one lying around. You can make one.
do you have a lava lamp?
My daughter, oh, you gotta love this. My daughter had asked for one 2 Christmases ago, and she got one. She loves that thing. She turns it on. I mean, she doesn't turn it on all the time because she knows when you turn it on over and over and over, it just gets all foggy. But she has it right now. She has it in her dorm. She's at home now, but she basically takes it wherever she goes. She likes her lava lamp, which is so funny. And what's more, oh, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. She weekly goes with a bunch of friends on a campaign to D&D. And I those were my youth. I mean, this is my youth that I'm talking about. I used to have friends in high school and in college, but friends in high school that we were very close, and we would basically play D&D.
Yeah.
And major nerds that we were. In fact, it's so funny because
what do you mean? What do you mean that we were? Huh?
Oh yeah.
What do you mean
Well,
we were?
here's the thing. Here's the
Okay.
thing. While I am still, but before I took pride in being a nerd
I need to paint
when it was not fashionable. Let me see. What do you got there? Hang on. Give me a sec.
This is Beholder.
Yeah.
It still has some support up in here and stuff. And,
yeah.
This is Beholder. And
that's cool.
Yeah, anyway.
Now
I need to paint them.
So I was saying because back when I was younger, I was a nerd when the nerd was a diminutive term. And frankly, I had so much. I was oozing with self-confidence, and really, I cared so little for what other people thought of me that I thrived in my nerddom. But then again, see, I had an advantage. I don't know if it was an advantage over others or not, but here's the thing. Most people, let me take a break. Okay, so most people, there we go. Most people in high school, from what I've heard, I don't know, associate with one or two groups. They're either in the nerd group, or they're the jocks, or they're the brainiacs, or they're the potheads.
I was never in the jocks. Never.
Well, here's the thing that happened with me. I came from I went to St. Brendan's High School. It was a private high school, but even so, 80%, well, 70% of the kids that went there came from public schools, maybe 50, and a bunch from all the area private schools. Now, I went to St. Brendan's Elementary private school. Okay, so there were 80 classmates of mine. No, not 80. It was 65 classmates of mine that graduated in 79 from the elementary school, 8th grade graduation. Most of which most of whom were that high school was, let's put it this way, anybody that wanted to go to any of the other schools at that time, if you said you came from St. Brendan's, you're in. You're in. You practically don't need they practically didn't need to see your grades. Same thing happened when I went to FIU. I got into FIU. I got into UM. I got into 3 or 4 different colleges. I got into all the colleges I applied for. I finally went to FIU, but I got into all of them. All they did was look at, in fact, the admissions person in FIU said, "You're in. You came from St. Brendan's High School." Because at the time we were talking academically, they were, top notch. After that, they dropped for a few years, and then they became super, super. And then, it's like any school these days.
Right.
They have their times, they have their teachers, they have their administrators, and they have their ups and downs. It's understandable. So what happens? I am coming in from a super academic school into a school. So I went to school from kindergarten through 8th, 9 years with the same 60 kids. I mean, 2 different classes, but we swapped classes, so we all knew each other. To this day, many of them I still talk to. It's a very unique class. We had a 30-year reunion in 99, and 80% of the class showed up. And I don't know, maybe it was something with our year, with the class of 83 in high school, but our 10-year reunion, 94% of our class showed up.
Wow.
It was a class of 350 kids, and 94% showed up.
That's a lot.
It's unheard of.
Yeah.
We went to another reunion that the school was having. This was just so funny. The school decided to form an alumni association and invited everybody. They had everybody's phone number, so they called people from. In 76, it changed. The school was founded in 76, the high school, and then it was that recent. And then in 79, no, I'm sorry, it was a little earlier. It was in 70 or something, but in 76, it used to be an all-girls school. In 76, they started admitting boys. So now, when I was there, it was still mostly girls for the seniors. But anyway, everything else was evened out. Well, the point is, they called all those classes. And I think it was in around 1990. This was our 7th year out or something like that. They called all the classes for a all alumni get-together weekend kind of thing. There were probably 20, 25 people from my grade, and at most 2 from any other year. So I take pride in that. My particular
and you should, yeah.
My particular year has been very cohesive. Most of my Facebook friends, In fact, I was so happy. Recently, a buddy of mine that I've known for ages, and I've been trying to get a hold of him for like 20 years. Recently, his wife got on the Facebooks, and I said, "Shannon, is this the same Shannon that that married so and so and so and she said, "Yeah, his number is this, his email's this," and I talked to him for 3 hours. I mean, it was like,
yeah,
he was one of my fellow nerds. So, well, anyway, the point I was getting at, a very roundabout way, is that because I came from that type of school that I had produced pretty much all the academics of the school, but all the popular kids came from that area. I never considered myself a popular kid. It was only years later when I find out, when anyone I run into says, "Oh yeah, Javi, you were very well known." The only reason I was well known, I wasn't popular in the sense that if I don't know, I never really went for student president, but if I did something like that, because I was in many clubs, but the more clubs you're into, the less, more quantity, less quality, that kind of
Right.
thing.
Right.
My big clubs were the D&D club, the chess club, the drama club, because I could do lighting in the background, and all my nerd friends did all the technical stuff in the variety shows. Well, things like that I was into, but the Spanish club I barely attended. There were a bunch of other clubs that photography club I was in it, but I never really. Well, anyway, I show up in so many different pictures in the yearbook of clubs that I went to maybe 5 or 6 times tops. But here's the thing. I interacted with everybody. I was a social butterfly. The people that I was hardcore with were my nerd friends, which mostly controlled the yearbook, the yearbook club, and all this. We were the chess people. We were the D&D people. We were, that kind of thing. We were the people. We were in the sciences. We were in the maths. We were the honor, not the honors kids. A couple of them were. But the honors kids, I knew them from my high school. From my grade school. So I still had a very close relationship with them. The jocks to take me to a club called Big Five. And they were big. They would basically, my parents would go to the actual, the clubhouse where kids were not allowed. And basically they'd let their kids run free. Well, that's where this accident with my finger happened when I was 11. But anyway, all the kids that were jocks used to go to that club. And many of them were teammates of mine in basketball and baseball, which my mom enrolled me in all the teams because I wanted to at that time. Later, after 12 years old, I lost interest in all of that and got into computers. But the point is, in that school, I had so many connections. Oh, and get this. I was part of the band. The trombonists and the drummers were part of the Pothead group. They were the Anglo-American. They were basically the American. Remember, this is Miami we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
at the time, I would say it was maybe 30% Anglo.
What year was it?
70s, early 80s.
Okay. Yeah, I was in
Early
Chicago
80s.
then.
This was now. The Mario boat lift came in 1980, but nobody. They all went to all those guys
82,
from
right?
1980.
Was it 80?
Yeah. But all those guys in the and I know because my first year that I could drive, which was 81, I actually had to stand in the longest line at 5 a.m. That's a whole other story. Because everybody was getting their license, all these the Cuban refugees. Well, anyway, I didn't see a single Cuban refugee in the school. I saw the old Cuban Americans,
man.
because well, first of all, their parents weren't rich enough to afford that school. Second of all, they were fresh. They came into the public school system, and the greater percent, 40%, I would say, were American that didn't speak Spanish. Boy, that's changed now. Now you can't find a single person in the high school that doesn't speak Spanish. And then 60% of them were Cuban American sons, either naturalized or born in the U.S. from their parents were refugees in the early 60s. That they basically, my parents came here in 65, and I was 4 months old when I came in. So when they became citizens, I was naturalized, before my 18th birthday, but as a kid. So that's my short story. But in essence, I was 4 months old when I came to the country. So I don't know any other life.
Yeah.
Well, so what happens is, and that was the same story with most of these kids. This wasn't what Miami is now, which is a very, very heavy accent, completely mishmash of all, and nothing against it. Except the only thing I do have against it is when too many immigrants come too quickly into the country in a concentrated area and they're not spread out, it's dangerous because I believe in American values. And imagine if you have a sponge and or imagine if you have a glass of water, a bowl of water, and you drop a little red dye in it. Okay, the whole entire bowl will absorb it, and it'll be a very, very light pink color, and it's good for everybody because everybody acclimates. When you have, let's say now you're talking a sponge, and you throw a real big drop of red dye in there. Now you've got this one concentrated area. And I'll go back to this. I'll go off the analogy. One concentrated area that only speaks Spanish and does not care about learning about American patriotism. They're thankful for the new country that they're in, of course, but they're in their own little world. And we all have pockets all around the country, little Italy, little China, little this, little that. However, when it happens too much, as it did in the entire city of Miami, we're talking a city of 2.7 million, Well, anyway, don't get me started on that subject. But bottom line is, back then...
I understand totally what you're saying because I'm not living in Hialeah or in Coral Gables well, obviously probably wouldn't be in Coral Gables. But anyway, for that very reason, I understand totally. What you're saying, and if people don't understand,
and here's the thing,
and live for a while, and they'll see what you're saying.
And here's the funny thing: Hialeah was that type of community back in the 70s, very concentrated with Cubans, and Americans were leaving Hialeah right and left. Hey, the last one, take the flag with them, et cetera, et cetera.
And that's when I lived there.
And that's when you lived there. Guess what? All of Miami is that way now. In fact, all of the county is that way.
Yeah, I went to
and Broward,
at Hialeah Elementary, I think, and I can't remember the other one that I went to, and then ended up in North Miami. Went to Nathan B. Young in Opelika, and then from there we moved to Chicago. And you'd say, man, going to Chicago, well, it was totally different. I mean, totally different.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's so funny. So my buddy Robert, I was talking to him, and he's been living in Michigan off and on. He's been going back and forth to Miami and Michigan. He's been telling me that Michigan it's night and day. And I know because I go to Lady Lake, Florida, and it's night and day. Night and day. I mean, it's a beautiful world outside of, you got to get north of West Palm Beach.
Yeah,
but anyway.
My sister lives in Lakeland, and I've been down in Lakeland.
Lakeland, that's where my daughter's going to school.
Yeah, and it's great, other than the humidity. Anyway, that's
yeah. And that's a matter of preference because, oh my God, I couldn't take parts of Texas and Arizona and stuff.
But it's a dry heat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't like. Give me a wet heat any day where you feel it. The dry heat. I mean, the times I've been in Phoenix and then 2 days there and you're bleeding. Well, granted, you get used to it after a while, I suppose.
Bleed all the time. It's
oh my God, bleeding from your nose, that's unheard of here.
Right?
Unheard of.
Right.
Yeah. Of course, anyway. So the point was I had friends from everywhere when I was in fact, I got a wine bottle on my 10-year reunion. I was voted the person the most, not most popular, but most I think it was the award for Social Butterfly.
Oh, okay.
Social Butterfly, because at the 10-year reunion, because they gave presents for oldest relationship, because there's some people that were high school from the beginning, high school, and 13. We have 13 couples. I don't know if they're all still married now, but we had 13 couples that were married. One of them was engaged. 13 couples that were high school sweethearts in our class. So you know what it is? I mean, maybe in a small town but in Miami, that's unheard of. So it's a very big thing. Well, I was given that award because I recognized the most people. And maybe having the fact that I had to make the name tags with their pictures on them
Yeah,
had something to do with it. But I knew them from before. I mean, I still remember every single, well, with an eidetic memory, I remember every single single one of their faces, how they looked, and how they looked on at the 10-year reunion. A few of them, I get together with them, I walk with them. But anyway, long story short, I enjoyed being called a nerd back then. I thrived on it. And I, like my fellow nerds, didn't care. But at the same time, I don't want to be a hypocrite, but at the same time, while I enjoy being called a nerd because I enjoyed compute, I was one of the only 2 sophomores in a senior level computer class with the 8.5-inch, with the 8-inch floppies from Ohio Scientific. I mean, it was brand spanking new off the lot because most of us were still on acoustical modems to a
we used
a server.
Hollerith cards.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened was when I went to college, oddly enough, when I went to college, our high school was so rich and so advanced. We had, well, they weren't PCs, but they were commercial. Well, anyway, when I went to college, since it was a public college, it was because I went to FIU, but I also went to the Miami-Dade Community College to take some classes during the summer. And one of them, I learned all about punch cards then, because the programming class I took there was punch cards.
Mm-hmm.
I had my stacks. I never dropped a stack, and I always drew the diagonal line, just in case.
You always had to draw that line, because if you
had to draw that line,
you could put them back together for that line. Yes.
Yep. 300 baud and 110. And 110, because we had a 110 acoustical modem. It was so, I mean, oh, God.
I was talking to Jeff Robinson, who's out in the chat this last weekend. I know where my 300 baud modem is from my Commodore days. And I'll eventually bring it and highlight it and show it and stuff. But I've been on this electronics kick, retro electronics, back in the day type.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
I don't know.
I hear you. I'm quite fond of the old stuff. I mean,
I really, and I got some stuff that my eyes are starting to open up and go, wait a second. So if I build an octopus for my oscilloscope, I can actually check. And I wish I had thought about this or found this out back then, because I would do my troubleshooting in my own way.
Yeah.
So is this capacitor good or bad? Is this resistor good or bad?
Right, exactly.
Without having to take it out of the circuit,
Yeah.
I did a lot of logic probe testing with the Commodore 64. I knew what the signal was. I knew, a 7400 chip or whatever. I knew that if I injected a signal over here, I could, these outputs should be,
oh, it's incredible. You know what I just ordered for the new house is, okay, so I've had this for quite a while. Hang on, I just happen to have it here because I was working on it. I've had this for quite a while. Hang on. This it's basically it's a tracing tool, but it's a wire map tool, a tracing tool for Cat 5. Well, Cat 5 and RJ45, RJ12, RJ whatever.
I use those in class all the time.
Yeah, length of the cables and stuff like that. Well,
for certification.
Recently, and I had to buy it because I've been out of the loop for a while. Recently, I saw. I missed the 2 E's. I had a Apple II, so he took me off track already. I had an Apple II Revision 0 board. Revision 0. I had the first boards in the first Apple IIs. Never had an Apple I. They only made like 500 of those. I had an Apple II Revision 0 board. I wish I never got rid of that. I bought a 2E.
I think I got an Apple II somewhere. I don't know.
Oh man, I missed. I was considering buying one of them just for fun.
And by the way, Jeff, when I learned Fortran and when I learned BASIC, it was on an IBM 360. That was awesome. In fact, when I was in there one day, I was feeding the cards into the card reader. In comes the systems analyst, I think is what they were called back then, with with this young lady in a pinstripe suit who worked for IBM. And I don't know, for some reason, probably ever since that time, I always wanted to work for IBM. And
I did for a short while.
Well, actually, yeah. Long story short.
Oh yeah.
When I got out of the Air Force, I was asked to work on typewriters, Selectrics, and I said,
"Oh, that's funny."
No, I don't want. So I went to work for Pitney Bowes, which is another major company.
Of course, yeah.
And then before I came back to the college, I was an area service rep here for IBM for like 3 years, and got all sorts of training and stuff. But I got tired of driving around and got bored.
It's so funny you say that. It's so funny you say that, because I was about to tell you the story that I worked for IBM and I worked for Motorola. Both of their offices at the time were located in Fort Lauderdale. I didn't like the drive, and that's why I left each one.
Yeah. I just got tired of driving. And it was not driving across town. It's driving 200 miles to Roswell, New Mexico. Don't get me wrong, I love Roswell. Yeah. But 210 miles there and 210 miles back, just to swap out a hard drive and a drive array is like, it gets old after a while,
It does. It
At
does
2
indeed.
o'clock in the morning, hey, get up. I just went to bed. It was 11:30. It's 1:30 now. I got to be in Roswell, what, at 2:30?
Yeah, pass.
It's a 3-hour drive.
Yeah. So recently for the job, for the new house, I ended up buying a. I love all these, like you with the soldering station. I love having all these little fancy tools. Well, I bought the what's it called? I already forgot the name. It's the Shure. Give me a second. Let me look it up. It's an electric line signal tracer from Ideal.
Okay.
No, it's from Ideal. It's hang on.
Like
Ideal.
a Fox and Hound, or
hang on. A short test circuit analyzer. Give me a second. I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so
shows proper polarity.
It shows more than that, because I've got that. Hang on. It shows. Give me a sec. Here we go. All right, so it's the circuit analyzer, and let me see if I can put it nice and big here. So this thing, what happens is, not only does it show. Hey, what happened there? Oh, there it is. Not only does it show the voltage, which is no big deal.
The true voltage.
Exactly. It'll show the voltage. It'll show the true voltage. But get this. Now you can barely see them there, but shoot, I can't move the arrow or the. Okay, so you see the V. Above the V, there's 3 dots. That is, of course, the hot, neutral, ground. It'll show the whether there's an open ground or a reverse or whatever. Then it'll show the volts, and you can choose peak voltage.
Yeah.
You have the hertz, so it'll show 60. All that. Then VD is oh God, I think it's distance. Anyways, it'll show if there's a break in the cable. It'll show, but my favorite part of all is it will actually show the impedance on the line.
Mm-hmm.
So you will. I'm sorry. That's what it is. It'll show the voltage, but it'll show. Get this. It'll show the voltage at.
Is that the change in voltage, VD?
No. Yeah, I think it's the change. Yes. That's it. Sorry. Thank you. VD shows.
Not to be confused with a disease, okay?
Not to be confused with the disease. It will actually show.
This circuit's really bad. It's got VD.
Trying to remember what ASCC stood for. Holy cow! I was watching. Okay, so give me a second. Let's see.
While you're looking for that, most people don't realize this, but the actual voltage, the real peak-to-peak voltage
is on 170.
Well, yeah, that's peak.
172, yes.
When it goes peak to peak.
Yes.
We measure with a voltmeter, we're actually measuring the root mean
squared. Yep.
Yeah. And you're actually measuring 0.707 of that peak voltage, which Javi said was
Exactly.
60,
Exactly.
so there's actually 300 volts coming out of that wall outlet.
Oh yeah.
Peak
Oh
to
yeah.
peak.
Absolutely. And but the best part is about this thing is they actually have a whole video on the thing. But anyway, so what I was getting at is they have so one of the things I love about it is the fact that you have the I could plug it into one outlet and it will give me it'll give me how much voltage drop I have and the impedance of the cable, so I will know. Um, by code, you can't have more than 3% loss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 3 or 5, I'm not sure, but
I don't know.
I would want like as minimal a loss as I can. I want the highest voltage at any point, and all I got to do now is plug into the furthest outlet.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to be running 12 gauge cable, so it shouldn't be an issue. But it also measures voltage under load. You can actually set it to simulate 10 amps, 15 amps, or 20 amps of a load, and it will tell you what the voltage under that load is because it's figured out the impedance, so it'll give you those numbers. Not by putting a load on, but by sheer calculations.
Yeah.
It is just so freaking. I mean, it's nothing out of this world, but I haven't been in this world for a while. So
Right.
to me, it's exciting seeing all of this.
Well,
All right.
I'm hoping, and I might just go ahead and buy them. That I'm trying to finish a project I'm working on, and
Right.
it is, or it was going to be for the Gatton CNC challenge, but I just don't have enough time to finish it. And
Yeah.
so I might go a little lighter on that, maybe pick back up on a couple other projects. But what I'm trying to say is I'm hoping I can go find all the components in my shop, because I'm a you wouldn't know it, but I'm a hoarder big time. I keep
Yeah.
boards that I've taken out of stuff, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
all the components. I might buy them. I don't know. I might just sit down one day and just go DigiKey or wherever and just buy them all. But because I want to make that octopus. I want to.
I hear you. I hear you.
I just, it's nothing. It's not a big thing. I've already got a 12-volt transformer right here.
Right.
A step down. I've got some. Anyway, I mean, this is probably the biggest thing right here. I found it. So.
Yep, I hear you. Well, I'll tell you. I mean, I was going to enter the scene. I had started planning for the Gatton CNC challenge, before I'll call it the schism. Before the schism.
And I'm sorry to bring that up.
No. It's nothing at all. No problem at all. I don't. I mean, it's put it this way. I don't think about it really at all because I'm not in that. I'm not in that. I mean, I am in the community. And people say Gatton CNC, and the only thing I think of is, okay, you're running a JaviBox with it, and they'll go, yeah, and not a problem. Yeah. But here's the thing: I had planned for, I always do, or I did for a couple years in a row. I did the 30-day November challenge.
Yeah, the useless challenge.
Well, that's in April. That's in April, the useless challenge, which I haven't done in a couple years. And
I did that one time, and honestly, I got my X carve cleaned off. Okay,
it was fun. Let me tell you. And well, anyway, I'm gonna do it again in a couple years after I get in the new house. You'll see me back on the tubes a lot more, because right now I got to be honest, the shop is the new house is taking up all my time. Whenever I'm not here making JaviBoxes, which also took up a lot of my time in the beginning of the year, I was basically hang on, this one's not adhering. There it is. I'm working on the plans and all the other stuff for the new house. But anyway, so I had planned for the Gatton challenge, and I already had 7 projects done. I still have the unedited videos, but I had planned to do the following. I had planned to put out a video a day. Since I wasn't going to do the 30-day challenge, I planned to do a video a day for 25 days since or from whenever it started
Gotcha.
till the 25th, and
Yeah, it
put
started
in
out right.
25 entries. I'd never told Dave, and I was gonna do that as a surprise to him. I don't know if it would have been a pain in the butt for him or not, but
Who knows,
a
right?
few of them would have been small ones, but some of them I was really planning to do some heavy duty stuff. But because of, since the schism happened, I don't think I want to enter
Well,
anything because
well,
I think it'll just annoy him.
yeah,
At
mine has
worst case
nothing to do with,
scenario, he wouldn't even include it.
yeah, mine has
And
nothing to do with that. I just heard about it when I came on here, and I try to stay neutral. I honestly do. There's others that have had issues with him, or
I've
issues.
heard that.
Okay,
It's funny because when everybody thought I'm
nothing with him, but I'm just saying,
no, I hear you. When everybody thinks I'm Dave's best friend, nobody mentions anything. But then now that they see that I'm not allowed on his site and things like that, now they're opening up about a bunch of stuff, and I go,
well,
and I still defend them,
well,
and I'll be up, just as I defend Russ. I love Russ to death.
yeah, well, same here.
And there was an issue some time ago with not with different people. Different people don't get along in the community, and I understand it. Like you,
Exactly.
look,
Exactly.
I'm a neutral guy. I don't.
And that's my philosophy too.
As
yeah,
far as I'm concerned, it's not me versus Dave, because I still love him to death.
it's just ironic.
I miss it. It's just a very unfortunate set of circumstances.
It's ironic though, and I want to put it on record. I sent him a message seriously about 6 o'clock today. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to enter the contest because I'm just not finished. I'm just not ready. I've got all the parts for the arcade. I've been working on the retro pie. I've got it. I just don't have enough time in 3 days. I'm painting the cabinet out.
Oh, like the arcade I built?
A retro 2 retro 2 joystick,
Right. Yeah.
retro pie.
I've got my arcade sitting over here. Yeah.
That's what I was going to make, and in fact,
it's a black. Hey, I got to tell you something about that. I got to tell you something about the arcade. I had fun making it, for one, but when it was all said and done, I got to tell you, I want to bring down your hopes. And the reason being, I was so optimistic, so hopeful. I go, you know what? I'm going to put this arcade together, this cabinet, and hey, Dean, how's it going? I was going to put this arcade together, and I was going to be playing for hours like I was when I was in high school. In high school, I would be, let me tell you, I got on Robotron, which was my favorite game.
Yes.
I played it for I'm pretty good. I went through a bunch of screens. I played it for 10 or 15 minutes, and I go, this is boring as hell.
Yeah.
and I still pick it up. I still pick it up every now and then, but I never play more than 5 or 10 minutes.
It really started out with a ham friend of mine, another streamer, in a different community. You know how you've got different communities and stuff.
Of course, I go to 5 or 6 different communities.
And he said, hey, you ought to build an arcade. And actually, I had been thinking about that. Right. And I said, you know what? I know exactly where I'm going to implement this. I'm going to do the CNC challenge. And, I went ahead and drew it, the cabinet up, the joysticks, and it wasn't all mine. I went out and found, the drawings and stuff and put them in Fusion and then converted them over. But
I will give you a piece of advice, though. In the future, if you ever plan to do something with Dave and then for whatever reason it doesn't go through, first of all, never tell Dave that you plan to do something, because and I agree with Dave on this point to a certain degree. Look, do it, but don't tell me you're going to do it. Because he really hates that. He really hates, because he gets it all the time from people. All the time he's getting from people, hey, I'm going to buy your CNC. Hey, I'm going to buy, and 90% of the people don't buy it. So he's just tired. He And whether he knows how to believe you or not, or whether to believe you or not, who cares?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I definitely told him I was going to enter, but then I
Yeah,
mentioned to
yeah.
him, hours ago, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be ready. Maybe he'll extend it, which I doubt it. Okay.
No, he won't extend it.
Yeah. But if he
Well,
does,
that depends. How many
then,
entries does he have?
I don't know. He's got about 9 entries. I
That's
don't
all right.
think it's a lot of entries, but then again, a bunch of them might come in at the end, like they normally do.
Yeah, well,
that was
last year I pushed that thing like crazy in all the different groups, and the year before that, Mark was pushing it in all the different. That's the thing. You got to be, if
Yeah.
you truly want a successful challenge, and I know this from the beautiful advantage I had for my first useless challenge. I had 27 entries, and the reason why, and it's not an easy challenge, because ask anybody that's ever heard about it. Try to come up with a useless idea,
Right.
That's funny and that you want to do and that you will do, because a lot of people come up with. Well, anyway, the key is I was very lucky because the woodworking show happened the month before, and I distributed a bunch of flyers to a bunch of people who I didn't even know, and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of new people on Facebook entering my challenge.
Yeah.
I easily got 100 subscribers from the wood show, from people entering the challenge, and I really broadcast it all over the place because I got a big mouth.
No.
Mark is even more successful by 10 times as I am in marketing his channel or his show or whatever. The only reason
he's very focused, Javi. I've noticed that.
Oh, he is.
He's very focused.
He is.
Very focused, yes.
Yeah.
Dean says, my wife thinks all of my ideas are useless. I'd be a ringer.
Well, okay, so let me give you some, Dean. I don't know if you've heard of the challenge before, but let me give you some wonderful examples of past entries. I believe it was Jason McGinn. He had a wood barbecue. Okay, so he made a wood barbecue. Okay, my personal favorite was, I think it was Dan Scott. He made a replica of his iron stove out of wood. I mean, it looked exactly the same. He put in a little cup with some dry ice, and it actually blew smoke off the top.
Jeez.
Now, Jason McGinn's barbecue was a whole different matter. Remember, I had 3 conditions. One is it has to be almost useless, and I'll explain that in a second. 2 is it had to be it had to be made out of wood. And 3 is it had to be funny. At least the video had to be funny, because I like to laugh. So now when I say almost useless, this is what I mean. You have to make it 100% useless, where it really makes no sense other than the novelty of it. Useless. Because now, if you make it so useless that it wins a useless prize, then it's only good for one thing, which is winning the almost useless challenge. So it is, by definition, almost useless. Not because it's almost useless, no, because it's so useless that it wins a prize, thus making it almost useless. Anyway, so that's the only thing it could be used for.
The hobby finger has spoken.
The hobby finger has spoken. Yes, I'm doing one of these things because. Well, anyway, so here's what Jason McGinn did. He made a wooden barbecue. He made a video. He opened up the cover of the wooden barbecue.
He ought to put a sock on his hand, and then he'd have a little puppet.
The beautiful thing about it is, he lit the barbecue on fire. It had a grill. It had wooden charcoal. He lit, and then the whole thing caught fire. Whole thing, and then it was ashes. That was that. I can call that art. I can call that comedy. It was fantastic. Okay, here's another one. I gotta speak for this one. All right, so
Oh,
I gotta go back to. I
now
gotta go
we're
back to.
getting the face. Oh,
No. I got okay. So get this. Jerry Brown from Polly Wants a Crafter.
hello, Unpharisees.
Hey, Unpharisees, how's it going? So his was freaking fantastic. His useless challenge entry was a set of. Have you guys remember the old X-ray glasses?
Yes.
From the comics. Okay, from the back of the comic books, pay whatever amount of money and you get those X-ray glasses. Well, the X-ray glasses were similar to these. They're black rim glasses, and they had like white and black targets, and they said X-ray glasses. He made a set of X-ray glasses with his CNC. Wow. Jerry Brown. Now, how useless were they? The lenses were wood. So he's got a pair of wooden X-ray glasses with the rings, with the X-ray glasses, okay? But wait, there's more. He goes on the table saw and he goes, and these things are perfect X-ray, he said X-ray safety glasses. And the best part about the X-ray safety glasses was they definitely worked as safety glasses, because he didn't say it in the video, but I told him later they're perfect X-ray glasses because they will keep your hands free from flying fingers, and it'll protect your eyes from flying fingers. He actually put them on and ran a scrap of wood through the table saw with the glasses on. And he goes, that's perfect. See, no damage to the eyes. And I was about to say, yeah, but go buy fingers. Yeah, everybody was laughing. Let's see.
Did he simulate it? I mean, with like hot dogs or something? Or
no. He didn't do anything with fingers. Okay. He actually just cut a strip of wood. But the funny part was, you saw it from the front. You saw it from this angle. He's cutting a piece of wood, and he's wearing glasses with wood frames. I mean, with wood lenses. So, yeah. I mean, obviously he's looking down underneath through them, and he could see. But I would expect, or he better memorize exactly where his fingers are going.
Where the blade was, yeah.
Because that was a dangerous move if he didn't. But it was hilarious. Let's see. Let me think of another one. Another guy made. And this guy wasn't even close to winning, but he made he got a piece of wood. Just a square piece of wood, about the size of a popsicle stick, a little bit curved. Barely did any work to it. He cut it out with the CNC. I don't know why he went through. Well, he wrote with a magic marker on it, doorbell. I think, because a lot of people say doorbell does not work, knock on door, whatever. He put doorbell, and he drew a circle and to press that doorbell. It's a wooden doorbell. I mean, let me see. What other entries did I have? I'm trying to remember. Hey, give me a second and I'll look them up.
A wooden doorbell. It's a knocker. Is that kind of
a wooden door? No, that's it. That was it. He said, knocker does not work. Please ring bell. The bell was on the knocker.
Yeah.
And the bell didn't work. So I mean, that was hilarious. Hang on, let me find the.
I'm looking actually, but.
All right, do you see it?
No.
Oh, okay, hang on a second.
Got it all organized that I don't know which one. Yeah, 2018 useless challenge.
Yeah, and there was a 2017. So it might have been the almost useless challenge. Let me see here.
My channel.
I mean, I'm definitely going to. Well, I thanks to Matt Haas, I got a kick in the butt to help me do that. But
well, Matt and I had talked about it months and years ago, and I just haven't done it. I mean, Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing with anything. You gotta. It's all about getting it done. It's and Dave and I used to joke about that all the time. He said you got the. I told him. I told him you got the doers, you got the wanna doers,
Uh-huh.
you got the gonna doers, and you got the wanna doers. You know, I want to do that. That's all right. I'm gonna do that. That's not all right. And then I did it. You know.
Yeah, I think he does multiple challenges, Dean. I had somebody today say that they were a nag, and by no means were they a nag. They actually gave me something to focus on, to take care of, to get done, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you. Hang on a second. Let me okay, so let me see. I got the almost impossible challenge. Here it is, the useless challenge. Um Let me look at my playlist real quick. Come on, come up. There you are. Okay. So the wood stove was one of them. Tech Ed Fireman, he won first place. He made, and it was beautiful. This is I think Nick, was it? Yeah, Nick. Well, Tech Ed Fireman, he made a wooden feather duster. Clearly all it does is move dirt around. But the part that was
And break China.
the part that was fantastic was he actually, imagine if you would, thin strips of bookmarked veneer with the grain that looks like feathers, cut
Wow.
into shapes of feathers.
That
For
would
the,
be,
for the feather duster, he actually created thin wooden feathers, bookmarked and the works. Really went all out. It was a piece of art, completely useless,
yeah.
but you know, uh oh, almost useless mini nunchucks. Oh yeah, the nunchucks. They were like this big, so they'd only break your own knuckles. You know, you wouldn't. You know, the wooden bobber. The it was a useless. It was a useless, almost useless wooden bobber. Okay, get this. He turned a beautiful wooden bobber, two pieces. Imagine turning two pieces and then you unite them. You know those old-fashioned ornaments that have a long string. It looked beautiful. Cut it in half, hollowed it out, put a weight inside it, and then sealed it back up and sanded it and stained it and polished it. Dropped it in a cup of water. It went straight to the bottom.
Good God.
A wooden bobber that doesn't bob. That was funny. Let's see. What's this other guy? Oh, this other guy made Rich McNatt made a wooden windshield frame. I don't know why he did that. Well, that was definitely wood. This was the 18 one though. There was one before. Hang on, let me find the one before. Because the 17 was the. Where is it? Why isn't it in my playlists? Oh, next page. I got more stuff. There we go. Here we go. I found them. Okay. All right. So, what's his face? Oh, he was fantastic. Dylan from Dylan's DIY Workshop.
Yeah.
He made the most beautiful, and he still has it hanging on his wall. We're talking sheer artistry. You know the old Stanley chisels?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's basically it's yellow. It's got
Yeah.
a aluminum thing to hit the head,
Yeah.
and it's he made with walnut, with maple, and with a different wood. He crafted the most beautiful looking chisel, and he actually cut a piece. Well, it was balsa, but he chiseled a piece of balsa. You know, but I mean, think about it: a wooden chisel.
Yeah. A wooden chisel to chisel wood. Yes.
Yeah, to chisel wood. It was almost, well, it was pretty useless. The other thing he made, and this was just utterly hilarious, the video. He made an acorn. Okay, now first of all, you'd say to yourself, wait a second, an acorn's already made out of wood. He actually turned an acorn from maple and walnut. He turned a tiny acorn seed. It was the most beautiful acorn seed. And then he goes instructions on how to plant the acorn. He takes a pack of dirt and then he goes, now make a hole, and he pokes it with his finger. Drop the acorn inside. He doesn't even cover it with dirt. He says, now water it. He threw a bottle of a plastic bottle of water, and it just laid there on top of it, on top of the pot. And he goes, and the next day, and he showed the next day, and it shows a plant coming out of it. Now, what would have been funny, what would have been hilarious, but he was young. He maybe he didn't occur to him. I would have gone so far as creating a tree made out of wood, but not a real tree, just a crafted tree made out of wood with little tiny acorns on it. That was just funny.
In other words, something that would have grown, something that would have built from what he did.
Oh, this other guy made a finger. Oh my God, it was just weird looking. He actually made an actual finger.
Sounds pretty useless to me.
Here we go. The not DiResta wooden ice pick. He actually made an ice pick that looks because this was at the time where the DiResta ice pick was the fad. You had to buy one for however much money. And then he made an ice pick that was made out of wood that wouldn't pick any ice, and it said not DiResta on it. This other guy. Oh, it was Jeff. Holy crap.
Hey, Unpharisee says, I like your Instagram, Javi.
Jeff,
I'm so hard. This guy's a hoot.
Jeff's out there. Jeff Robinson, I'd completely forgot about this. Jeff Robinson made a wooden syringe.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
A wooden freaking syringe. A glue syringe, okay?
Yes,
a glue syringe.
Yes, he did.
It's like you could use it once.
It's one of his 4 videos, I think, that he's got on his YouTube. If I'm not mistaken, could be wrong.
Yeah. Let's see, Mike Haichu. What did Mike Haichu? Oh no, that was the wrong page. Hang on, let me see.
But Jeff has also cut plate. I guess it's stained. No, it was plate aluminum on his scroll saw. I mean, if you ever want to see something neat, this guy cut.
Oh, I'll definitely look at it. Let's see. So this guy made this.
Diamond plate. Diamond plate or plated diamond, but the little diamond shaped aluminum.
But yeah, this was a great. This one. This guy made this other guy. It's from My Growth Rings. I don't know what his name is. I forgot his name. He made a wooden poking stick. What's it called for fireplaces?
A poker.
It's got the stick and the hook.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a wooden poker for
that works for a while. I mean,
exactly.
When you're out in the woods, you kind of grab a stick and you poke with the stick.
Yep.
So that does kind of make some sense. So it's not totally useless.
Not completely. But yeah, so I was looking at it. I was and the reason why I was now I wasn't the one that picked the winner. I had a few. I had 3 people. I think Dave might have been one of them. I know Mike Mertzke was one, and somebody else was another. And I had them choose. I think it was Becca Miller. Well, anyways, they gave me their first, second, and last place. And then, so Unfairness likes my Instagram. You know what? I haven't Instagrammed in a while. I gotta take a look at that, and I gotta start doing it again. Because it's been forever. So what happened was, I didn't get to choose, and if I chose the one I wanted, it would have been the oven. Because now here's put yourself back in 2017. Almost useless challenge. Now I had prizes for the almost useless challenge. The third prize, I'll go from worst to best. The third prize was a a wooden fidget spinner. Okay, you got to see my. If you guys want to laugh, look for 2017 useless challenge.
I'm laughing at the
video.
Carl tip swabs. That's just.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. So I made a fidget spinner. This was, again, fidget spinners were popular at that time. I made a fidget spinner. He goes, here's the third prize. And I made sure there was a nameplate on it, for the winner. But other than that, it was completely useless. First of all, there was no bearing in it. So second of all, it was bigger than the space between. It was like this big. So you could just hit it and hit it and hit it. And it would just go kunk, kunk, kunk. So that's 2. Number 3, it was off center. So it would have never, even if you put it on a top or something, it would never, so there's 3 reasons why it would be completely useless. Okay, second prize was a wooden sock. First of all, I had a nice little nameplate on it. Now the wooden sock, first of all, it's made out of wood. What would it be good for? Second of all, there's no hole in it, so you can't even stick your foot in it if you wanted to. And third, and most importantly, it was only one sock. It was not a pair. So there was, numerous reasons. And then first prize, and this is why I wanted him to win with the stove. First prize was a wooden frying pan.
There you go.
I made a beautiful wooden frying pan. Completely and utterly useless, other than to give as a prize and hang on your wall. Because think about it. Now, imagine if you had won a wooden frying pan and you made a wooden stove. I'm not talking a wood stove. I'm talking a wooden stove, a stove completely made out of wood that if you ever lit a fire in there, the whole thing would go up like the barbecue did.
Like the barbecue pit, yeah.
Yeah, those were funny videos. Those were funny videos. I got to get back to I got to do that for April this year if I can. I really gotta invest a little bit of time and do that.
We'll tell you what. I won't enter it. How's that?
You won't.
Well, I mean, you just said it a while ago. Don't tell people.
Good. It'll be a surprise if you do.
I won't enter it.
Yeah, there you go. Let me get back to soldering these little things here. But yeah, I'm telling you, it's yeah, my daughter's been pestering me to my daughter and a couple other people. Hey, why aren't you on Instagram? Why aren't you? Because I'm on it, but I'm not on it. I can't remember the last thing I posted. That's how long it's been since.
Yeah, I've got like 9 things on it. I don't ever remember to put anything over there.
That's the thing, and I gotta, pretty soon I'll start reminding me. I gotta. I've been pretty good lately about when you're 55 years old, as I am now, and I'm waiting for this to warm up still.
Hey,
when you're 55, and for the last 4 or 5 years, your memory has gotten to a point where, see, I've always believed that memory was like a library. Your brain is like a library. Okay, you have a certain amount of space. Well, no, you have a library that can have multiple floors added whenever you want. When you're a kid, the kids section in the library, there's only just so many kids books. You can memorize them all and you know exactly where they all are. It's super fast recall. You get older, you learn more things, more books. You get older, you learn more things. You're in college, you got to add a floor onto your library.
Yeah.
Now you can barely remember, the stuff for the exam, and you forget certain things, and you pick and choose which ones you want to remember, but you pretty much still remember a lot. Now I'm in my 50s. I remember everything, but not that quickly. It's as if somebody asked me a question, and I grew up in the days without Google. I was Google to my friends. So So it was a beautiful thing being extremely knowledgeable about useless things and practical things. And in other words, like right now, I'm building my new house. What most people would have to look up on YouTube to do, I have done for years, and I have learned to do. I mean, I know as second nature to me. Many people have different skills. Well, you get older. Now it's somebody will ask me a question. I know that I know the answer to that, but I have to think about it and
Yeah.
think about it. It's like I have to race up the elevator and go to 10 flights of stairs to see if I can find the aisle that has the shelf
Right.
that has the book that
Well,
has the information and go to the right page. By the time I get there, yeah, I'll know it. But well, and that's the thing. That's my life now. And recently I have found a nice, neat little trick. And I guess all older people do this. They either write stuff down,
oh,
or
yeah.
in my case, I love Google Keep. Google Keep it's basically it's a simple list is all it is. But for me, Google Keep is what I do tomorrow. If there's anything, I limit it to three things. Three things. I have a daily routine, and I have things that I do on a regular basis that I always do, regardless of the list. But in this case, there are certain things that I want to do. I will, like for instance, right now I'll put on my list. Hang on, let me do that because if I'll
Here,
enjoy talking about it, and by tomorrow I'll forget. So
let me help you. Hey, Google.
yeah, I don't have the Hey Google out. Let me see. Okay, so here's my list,
Okay.
and
Okay. Alexa.
yeah, there you go. Except, first of all, I'm on headphones, so Alexa won't work.
Oh,
Second
okay.
of all, I don't have an Alexa in this room.
All right.
I will in the new house. Okay, so set up Instagram.
There you go.
I'll probably end up doing it by tonight, or when I say set up, I'll know what I mean. But
Well, and it has to be, I don't know, that routine, my problem is that I have so many different.
that Michael is telling you hi.
Yeah, I saw that's
Oh,
Batman.
okay.
By the way.
That's who? Which one?
Batman, Michael King. That's
Ah,
Bat.
okay.
But I have so many different outlets. You
Right.
know, that's why I say just look for me as Kilroy 79763 all over the place, because I forget like to put stuff on Instagram, but it's over on Facebook, or it's over on Twitch, or it's over on YouTube, or places that I even forget. Pinterest. I've got stuff on Pinterest that I haven't even done for forever.
My biggest issue with social media is, and I'm sure you and many others have this issue as well, is that I on the one hand, I have three hands. First of all, just so you know, on the one hand, I'll begin with the first of three hands. On the one hand, I am using my YouTube as a documentary.
Mm-hmm.
So I started doing that. I started doing the Make Room for Javi as a documentary, nothing more than that. And that's what all of my Make Room for Javis are. Now it just so happens that I've gotten enough subscribers to get monetized, and things are getting better. So there's the second hand. The second hand is I would like to get monetized. However, for me it's a balance. It's not like someone who is dedicating his life to
Right.
making money off social media, because frankly, I'm practically retired. I've made my money. I've made my life.
Right.
I have my businesses. I'm comfortable. This is uh but the type of person I am, everything's a challenge. So I would not mind making extra money. I've put so much time into YouTube,
Nothing wrong
and
with
now it's monetized. I might as well, make $100 a month, whatever.
I
You
do
know,
it just for fun, man.
I,
Anything.
and mostly I do. Well, here's the
Yeah.
third hand. Here's the third hand, and this is maybe you may have run across this problem. I don't have that large of a desire, and I tell myself I do it for fun, and I do mostly. But every now and then I would like to be a little more popular on the medias. But on the other hand, and I know what it takes. I'm a businessman. I know exactly what it takes. It takes investing tons of time
Sure it does.
in social media of all sorts.
Yep.
And I'm not doing that. But so I will not be popular unless it's one of those outliers and it's a fluke that just so happens that all of a sudden I become the in thing and all my videos just turn into millions of subscribers overnight, and then and now at this point I'm on a different level. Now I will be playing to the masses. But the key is yeah, Dean's hilarious.
Yes. I win. I
You
win.
Nothing more useless than no entry. Okay, you get the wooden sock. Well, anyway, so what I was getting at is
Oh my God.
that third portion.
Hey, he's looking at us.
There you go. The old age, if you take the water pill, visit the bathroom 3 times before 10 a.m. Yeah, good. So the third hand. Have you ever been in a position where you're thinking to yourself, I would like to build my channel, but there's a conflict, you see? And many YouTubers go through this, particularly if you've just been monetized. I've got numerous interests. I am building a house. I'm going to be doing a documentary, or rather a funny documentary, because the only thing I have in common is my comedy. And right now, there's nothing funny about this chat. It's just entertainment and 2 people chatting, which I'm surprised that there are 9 people watching, let alone every now and then there's 25 watching. It's
Right.
just a miracle that my Saturday shows have 25 people on there. But or actually the last one had 75. So, it's weird. But on my shows there's actually content for the CNCers. Now here's the thing.
Yeah.
I have a CNC following. I have a woodworking following. I have a homesteader following. I have friends following who just want to see, and family who just want to see what I'm doing lately. Now, I'm not going to be like Matt and make 200 different channels with
Same
no
here.
subscribers. I'm sorry, I can't be that way. I mean, I love them to death, but I'm not going to make a piano channel and
Honestly,
this channel and that channel.
I tried, but that splinters my time even worse.
Exactly. Look, if you're not willing to invest the time in all those different channels, like perhaps Jay Bates 1 and 2, and even then, I don't watch Jay Bates 2.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, and that's what started me thinking about that. If I don't even watch, I mean, I like most of Jay Bates's videos, at least I used to. I'll binge watch them, then I'll stop watching for a long time, then I'll binge watch again. Anyway, if I'm like that, everybody else is, and then I started looking at the analytics, and most of the people that end up in my channel are just either they're searching for something else, and it's a 80% is just suggested.
Right.
Suggested. So my own subscribers are not watching me. I mean, they are, but they're watching for, like, all my friends know that when I put out a Make Room for Javi video, they're going to watch it because it's funny and it's about building the house.
Here's an even.
They're not going to watch me building. They're not going to watch my Saturday show. However, there's the other group who watches the CNC show to learn a lot of really neat, cool projects, because I always have 1 or 5, or last week I did 12 projects in 1 hour for Christmas. The 12 projects of Christmas. And in a Saturday show, I just cranked them out real fast. And they all enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But there's a now that's why I'm very particular about my playlists, because if somebody gets on my channel and they'll see the Make Room for Javis, and they like it, they'll watch that. But if they don't like the lives of chatting and soldering because it's boring as hell, then they're not going to watch that stuff. Et cetera, et cetera. And that's what I've been doing. That's my solution. But it's still.
But that is the solution, Javi.
It is a solution. But here's the problem: if I'm going to be building for a while. When I start the building process, you're probably not going to see me doing soldering with Javi. You may be doing chatting with Javi, walking around the property, which people
Right.
will enjoy probably just as much.
Well, heck, I've
But
watched you.
they may not see me doing the CNC show because I'll be concentrating. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll have time for both. But the point is, when I'm concentrating on one project, like right now, what would I love to do more than anything else? Increase my Javi's Wood Shop wood projects. But that's the ultimate goal of everything. The CNC, the Javi box, well, not the Javi box. That's just to increase the community. The make room for Javi. That whole thing is to build ultimately is to move and build a shop where I can work comfortably.
Right.
You know, but until I get there, I'm not making videos about woodworking, which is frustrating because I'm building a huge following that in a year they're all going to be interested in building, and then I'm going to start woodworking, and then I'm going to lose a whole bunch. Well,
That's why I call myself, multi whatever, creative, whatever.
Oh yeah.
And on Twitch, that's how I bill myself. But you can at least pick and choose, the different headings that you have. But here's my point that I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
I went over to Twitch and started, building the Twitch over there, and it's a little bit easier. And there's a lot of good people over there.
You're a perfect example.
But I still have the YouTube stuff.
I will watch you do projects on YouTube, but the 3 or 4 times that I've watched you play games on Twitch, I'm not into games, so I'm not your crowd for that.
Yeah.
But I will always watch your shop videos because it's always fun to watch somebody piddle around the shop if you're doing nothing.
Yeah. Well, and here recently
I'm done with the solder. I'm done with tinning. Now I got to solder them.
Here recently, though, I've been getting the hankering for electronics, and it actually goes hand in hand with work, really.
Right.
Because I have been doing videos that apply to some of the lectures I'm giving, then this and that, but it's I'm not going to do it on Twitch. I'm going to do it on YouTube.
Of course.
And that's one of the reasons I'm going to go ahead and compartmentalize or put them in groups, or what is it called?
Playlist.
Yeah, the playlist. That's eventually.
Yeah, that's the best thing. That's the best thing you can do.
Because right now I've got 4 or 5 channels on YouTube, one with 20 or 30 people on it, one with probably maybe not even 100. But anyway, I lose track.
Right.
To me, that doesn't work either. And even on Twitch, I've got 2 or 3 channels. 2 of them that I use all the time. I have my shop outside, and I'll sometimes stream on one channel, but I'll incorporate it into the other channel, and that works. And at least that works for me, But I concentrate on the main one. That's the one that gets the the attention. So, yeah.
What is this? Take a Viagra without a water and you wake up with a stiff neck. Oh, that hurts. But yeah. Let's see here. How many do I have here? Let me just. I might as well cut all the wires and see what I can do tonight. I won't finish all of them, but I'll finish a batch. 2. What do I got? 2, 4, 6, 8.
So what are those little circuit boards that you've got in front of you?
14, 16, 18, 20. They are bootstraps. They're buck straps. Some people call them bootstraps. Some people call them buckstrap power supplies. They're LM2596s. They're basically 36 volt in and adjustable out. From 5 to the max, and the max could be up to 40.
Okay.
So one of these I tuned to 24, the other one I tuned to 12, and that way, basically, they're installed in my Javi boxes. I need 12 for the fans. I need 24 for I don't want to buy 24 volt fans.
And explain what the Javi box is, because Unferity just actually asked. What is the Javi box?
Okay, so I basically make a CNC controller box called a Javi box. This is what it looks like. See if I can get any view of it. That's the front of it. and you plug in the X, Y, A, and Z motors, CNC controller, and USB CNC controller. But it's got all the connections. It's got 4 inputs, 4 outputs for limit switches, and it's got a spindle connection if you've got a spindle. So, if you build your own CNC, which if you're a woodworker and you're into CNC, computer numerical control, basically a robot, for those of you that don't know, and you can build the mechanics real easy. The mechanics are super simple, but a lot of people have trouble with the electronics because, well, there's 231 connections in this thing. So
they've watched my CNC do its carving thing. So, and I say that because on Pharisee was the one that
okay, perfect. So that's so you get the hang of it. I mean that's basically what the connection between the mechanical part and the computer is the controller. So you connect a computer through the USB to the controller. The controller, you can actually buy the controller alone from my website, javi.com/store, something like that. Yeah, that's it. Or you can buy, I think it's $575 for just the controller, or you can buy the controller with 4 motors. And then there's a third option, which also has the limit switches, the probe, the e-stop, and limit switch, probe, e-stop. Yeah, I think that's it. And
by the way, Michael King Batman just
sweet. I appreciate it, as always. Yeah, and so basically, this the main reason, you could look on YouTube anywhere, and first of all, there's a million people telling you, well, maybe not a million. There's a few hundred people, there's a few thousand people actually telling you different way to do it, different designs, and
same thing, yeah.
And well, with my bachelor's in electronics and background in CNC, I chose the best and most economical option. I'll be happy on my website. I'm happy to share in my frequently asked questions all the parts. It's not about the parts. I'm more than happy to share exactly what parts I use. I don't care. I mean, it's not a secret. I'm basically charging you that $575 is basically the parts and a couple $100 for me to spend, 10 hours work putting it together and guaranteeing that it works. So that's the reason why people buy my boxes. It's not because they can't do it themselves. It's because they would rather be making money making CNC projects than spending a couple weeks building a box with a chance of, I've even had people, I got to tell you, Al, I've even had people, there's a few, in fact, there might be a couple there's a few people who have attempted to build it, bought the parts, ended up giving up after 2 weeks, a month, just because it's not straightforward. And if there's one, it's electronics.
Yeah.
Let's say this part is defective.
Yeah.
If you don't know exactly what to test for, and you're just going by an instruction manual saying solder this to this, then you don't know that this part's defective. Your machine doesn't work, and all of a sudden you go, oh crap! Now what do I do? What are you going to do? Buy all the components all over again and try, and then make that mistake? No. And really, the total of all the components is almost the price of the JaviBox, so you're getting a deal and a half. Let's see. I need my plus and my plus. So yeah, that's the JaviBox in a nutshell.
Very good. Very good.
And if you want to build your own, to a certain degree, I'll be happy to help. I mean,
I think Pharisee might build her own box and maybe set up her own CNC, right? Right, Pharisees? I'm joking. I'm trying to be funny, and I guess it's
well, It could happen. A few people have.
Oh
Many
yeah.
people have.
In fact, I think that's how people do things sometimes. They'll see something, and it may not matter today. It may not be an interest today, but 2 years down the road, something will come up, and they'll go, "Hey, wait a second. I remember seeing this or that, or
Oh yeah.
it's all part of. I mean,
Yep. That's
yeah,
exactly it. That's
it's all
exactly it.
part of
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
learning.
It's funny you say that because look, I had a sign shop for 10 years, and the funny story about it is the relevant story is I got the sign shop because at the time I had a gig at Santa's Enchanted Forest, and I needed a new display. I went over, and the sign guy wa- wanted to charge me $4,000 for a new display. So I wasn't going to pay that much. I had him make a couple signs for me. I saw exactly how he did it. I spent $2,000 on my first vinyl cutter, did all the signs, $2,000 on the vinyl cutter and on all the materials I needed to make my brand new display. And after all of that, after my first year at Santa's, I basically took all my equipment, opened up a storefront, and I opened up a sign shop. Added a bunch more equipment as well. But now that I was so proficient at making signs from watching someone do it, it
Mhm.
was and this is when and I will give you all my biggest piece of advice that I'm happy to give everyone. It's not about what you know. 90 10% of a business is about what you know. 10%. Well, look at the Javi boxes. The Javi boxes, um, I had somebody feeding me customers, and I started making them as a favor to the community because I'm not making money off these things. I have my successful businesses. I don't care. Um, but I had somebody feeding me customers, and when they stopped, and I had a surplus of machines, I went out and got my customers. It has nothing to do with making the box. Granted, I'm doing something that nobody else wants to do. That's a big part of it because nobody wants to be spending hours on end soldering a bunch of components when they could be having fun woodworking. But that aside, if successful businesses like my sign shop, it had I could teach a monkey how to how to run a laser engraver, how to practically. I could certainly teach a 10-year-old kid how to do one. I could teach him how to build a building. I could teach him most of the information that I've learned in life. It's just time. I could teach anybody. Not anybody. There's a few people who are idiots and really are incapable of learning. I mean, my wife and I disagree on that. And she's a teacher, but but then again, I'm not a good teacher. But the point
Well,
is
but
the but the
sometimes
hmm?
the motivation is the biggest
Yeah. Well,
killer.
that's the key. That's a big part of
It
it.
may
But
not be the intelligence behind it so much as the motivation or the interest.
motivation is a large part. But I
Yeah.
know so many motivated woodworkers who I'm going to make a business out of my woodworking skills because I'm a great woodworker. Well, you may be a great woodworker,
Mhm.
but in the end, if nobody knows it other than you,
Right.
nobody's going to buy your product. It's
Exactly.
all about sales.
Yep. Yep.
This is the stuff that nobody wants to do. And guess what? This is something that thank God I learned early in life, or rather early in my business career. And because of that, I've always had successful businesses after the first couple failures. And the failures happened because of my hubris. I thought since I was a genius and could do something that someone else can't do, because, hey, I was a sign shop. Everybody needs signs. Nobody knows how to make them. I did home automation for a while. Nobody at the time knew how to do home automation. Everybody wanted to automate their house. Why didn't I make a killing in home automation? Well, it helps if you step out the door and tell people that you're doing home automation.
Mm-hmm.
As a painting contractor, I'm well ahead of the game. I learned all this information, closed my business, and the main reason I closed the business was because it reached the point where it was very expensive to own all the equipment, and it was all depreciated to the fact that it was not useless, because I still have a lot of it here, but pretty much depreciated. I had to buy all new equipment in order to function efficiently, and at that point, it took me another 5 years to. So the bottom line is, sold it, became a painting contractor, because I had the three secrets. I had knowledge of how to run and budget a business and how to do all the financial stuff that you need to do, the business stuff. 2, I knew that if I built a business on something that had a low overhead and that nobody wanted to do, it would be a success. Everyone knows how to paint. Nobody wants to paint. It was an incredible success, so much so that I'm, well, very successful. It's still going, and I don't even need to put my hand in it anymore. It's all self-run. 3, and the most important part, sales. You got to go out and do the legwork.
Knock doors, exactly.
I did the networking thing. I did the I went out and did business networking. I did I did put flyers on doors. I did, it's but you got to meet people face to face. Listen, let me tell you, face to face knocking got a lot more and then there's a few other little business secrets, like do not, and this you really would need to go to a business coach for these kind of things, which is never ever devalue your time. Time is a limited resource that you cannot ever get back. So, if you're a woodworker and you're spending 10 hours to make a really custom dog bowl for somebody, what's your hourly fee? Let's say you don't value your time that much and your hourly fee is just $20 an hour, which you can practically get working at McDonald's as a manager.
Yep.
So let's say $20 an hour, and you got 10 hours in this dog bowl, and you're going to charge somebody $25 or $30 for a $200 job, and that's no profit. $200. That's just your time. That's another thing people don't understand. If you are not making a profit margin off something you did, they're not paying you. You're not making money. Right. You're at a job, and all you're doing is selling your time. So, I mean, anyway, a lot of lessons to be learned, a lot of things I went through, and so the JaviBox is just a hobby more than anything else, but it's become I wouldn't call it a business, or let's call it a non-profit business, because it's not making any money.
Profit. You can't, a not-for-profit business.
A not-for-profit business. Yeah. True. Not-for-profit. It is a not-for-profit business because it is literally not making a profit.
Right.
It is paying. It is making just enough money to pay the people that I employ now to do these things, and it's making enough money to keep me entertained soldering. Right now, this time that I'm spending with you guys, I'm making my little $20 an hour as I'm sitting here enjoying myself.
See, that's why I wish that, and be careful what you wish for, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I could find customers or kits to build for customers, because that's what I would do. I'd sit, and it's weird because back then, and that was,
see, those are the kind of things, and people say that all the time, Al. Not I don't mean to be I don't mean to be rough, or I don't mean to be rude, but I'll tell you, this is my only piece, my unsolicited advice is basically, You don't wait for something like that. You don't wish for something like that. You make something like that happen.
You go get it. Yeah.
It's like that's like saying, and I agree with you, and I'm in the same boat. I wish I win the lottery.
Oh yeah. But here in other words, I mean, I've already got a lot to do, and right now this is my downtime. When spring kicks in, I'm going to be so busy. I'm not even going to want to stream. Nevertheless, do anything else.
Right.
Work because sure, I'm up there for 40 hours, but when I come home, I still got stuff to grade. I got classes to set up for the next. You follow what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. Remember, I live with a teacher. Oh my
so
goodness!
You got to take care of business, and that's that's really putting. When I worked with IBM, I would go out and say somebody's laptop was working. I'd go pick up the laptop, and I would bring them back here, set them right here on this bench, and I took one video. I don't remember if I think I put it on Facebook, but it was basically I changed up the motherboard. I don't remember what I did to it. I took it apart, fixed it, put it back together, and I took a video of it. And I kind of wish I'd done that more often. But IBM had this thing about proprietary this and that, and at the time it didn't seem like, man, I probably shouldn't be doing this, probably would have figured it out. Nobody would have known, but still, I was, that was my bread and butter and I didn't really want to mess it up, but I could do that. And that would have been really cool, at least to me,
Oh, let me tell you, I have a video out. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. You want to know what my number one video is? My number one video has nothing to do with CNC, has nothing to do with hoarding to boarding, with me hoarding, and all those funny videos that I made. Has nothing to do with the little shorts that I made. Has nothing to do with CNC learning. Learn CNC with Javi. Nothing to do with building. It is a review that I did for a digital, an 8mm to digital movie transfer device called the Wolverine Movie Maker. There are 10 times as many views on that as anything else. And it's a simple review video, and people are thanking me profusely. Oh, it's so nice to have somebody that could speak intelligently and critique this and I mean, it's like, okay, but I see. I don't know where you've been looking, but I see a lot of videos out there where people could speak very intelligently. There's a guy I follow. I forgot his name now. There's a guy I've been following lately who's doing a bunch of retro reviews on the equipments. He did a beautiful one on a Wurlitzer. He tore it apart and it was fantastic. I love this guy. I gotta find his name, but anyway, go on. I'll look for him while.
I went to your website and I just saw a formal apology to Carl and woodturners everywhere.
Yeah, that's an old.
Never ever seen you in a tie.
That's funny.
And going back to what you were saying is, I did a little just a show and tell on a little compressor that I paid $69 and came back and did it.
Right.
Man, and that was 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah,
probably 8,000 views. I don't remember because of the way YouTube changed stuff around. But I still get comments on that little video. This is how you put Teflon tape, on the adapter for the hose, and how you turn it and stuff. I'm still getting stuff like that. It's crazy.
Well, I gotta tell you, it's so funny. It's funny you mentioned the Carl video because, and the reason why it's so funny is because I own 17 suits. I have a plethora of ties. My life before age 51, 52, which is about when I joined my life drastically changed when I turned 51. I used to be, again, like I said, I am a painting contractor.
You were Jehovah's Witness? Is that what you're saying?
I was networking on a weekly basis. I would go 3 to 4 days a week, breakfasts and lunches with other business owners, all throughout. I'd go to chamber meetings twice a week, different chambers of commerce. I go to a category-specific networking group called BNI, and a bunch of different. And it was a very it's like Toastmasters. It's a regimented.
Yeah.
It was a weekly thing, other than Toastmasters is a monthly thing. But anyway, suit and tie always in
Right.
every one of these meetings. And I went to many black tie events. I own my own tux. So I mean, this was my life. And then 51 rolls around, and I got to the point where I'm doing mostly commercial work for the painting. So I don't, and it's every 4 or 5 years. Hey, Drew, good to see you. I'll send you a link if you want to hop in again. So anyway, so all these things. So I was Mr. Suit and Tie guy for years, and then at age 51, it was like I still have the business, but now I'm not in it anymore. I decide to take that was when the big change happened, where I came out of the business world. Mostly 90% of me, I still have to have my hand in it to keep the momentum, but I'm not going to kill myself. I went from 4 crews down to from 3 crews down to 2. I used to have two commercial crews and 1 residential, and the residential crew, I was the head of it, and I was working 80 hours a week because I had to keep the pipeline filled. Not only managing them at the job site of high-end residential homes, but constantly selling to keep the customers. Now no longer. Now I figure, okay, I'm making a lot less money, not doing the residential homes, but guess what? I've got my commercial contracts. They're
set in motion.
They're set in motion. They're long term. It doesn't pay much, but it more than earns a living, and then some. I'm good. I can not retire early, but semi-retire, and there's no such thing as retirement these days, really. And so that's when everything changed. I stopped going to most of those groups. I still keep in touch with a lot of the people, but I'm not active in all those because I don't need new business. I don't really care. All of a sudden, I went to almost full retirement mode. I went into my woodworking love. I got into YouTube, and all of a sudden, I was a YouTube head. And this is what you all have seen. Is the YouTube part of it.
Right.
You never saw that other part of my life. And right. that's the funny part about YouTube, because people think they know somebody from YouTube. There are, I would say, and celebrities say this all the time. There is a part of my life that you do not see. And it's in actuality 95% of my life that you do
right.
not see.
Right.
You see the 5 minutes a month that I show you, or in this case, you'll see the 3 or 4 hours of my day
on the bridge of the Enterprise, and they think I'm flying around in space. I might be spacey, but that's
exactly, precisely. Spacey.
Space case.
Yep. But anyway,
but yet I'm sitting there,
digging
Mr. Carlson's lab, Javi. Electronics. You gotta go out and watch Mr. Carlson's lab.
Mr. Carlson's lab.
Carlson's lab. Yeah.
Never heard of it. What is it?
It's on YouTube. He's a big time electronics guy. You know how the and you may not also know this, but there's
a second. Is this the guy that made hang on. Is this the guy that made these he's like a professor, and he made these vertical speakers, these trapezoidal
I don't know. But one day I stole his background and used it like this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if I have it. Maybe I'll see if I can find it. But he's got equipment, old equipment, all that he fixes, and he walks you through it. In fact, seriously, it's not that I don't want to.
You're definitely gonna enjoy this guy. Hang on, let me find this guy that I watch, and I'll hang on a second.
Okay, while you're doing that,
let me check my history here. And
like I said, I have been really enjoying looking at the retro stuff. I've been
Right.
teaching a couple more electronics classes and going to be teaching a robotics class this next semester. So I'm getting really cranked on electronics because when I left high school, I was
Hmm.
going to do electronics. I
Right.
joined the Air Force and I saw that the Magnavox in a drawer is coming around. I wanted to do a radio TV repair business, and I kind of switched over to computers. But I've always
Right.
had a love for electronics, and it's really all kind of always gone hand in hand anyway.
Right.
Electronics and computers, computers, electronics, and now it's like even electronics is computers. The industrial electronics class that I was teaching, doing 7400
Okay.
chip
Look up
is,
the
is now
following.
Arduino based.
Let me
Do
see if
what?
I hang on. I think I got the hang on. I got his channel right here. It's called Technology Connections. Let me here's the link. I'll
Okay.
put it in the thing. So this guy
In the outside chat.
on the yeah, on the public chat.
Okay. Let me go.
Uh yeah. Definitely bookmark him
Yeah,
because
I
you're going
will.
to enjoy him. Okay, so he has described in very intelligent and our kind of conversational detail bubble lights, everything from, I mean, but mostly we're talking old stuff. He's talked about videotape format wars. Remember
Mhm.
that? You
Yeah.
remember? I mean, we lived through it.
Oh,
Uh,
I
RCA
enjoy.
Selector. Look at his playlist, and it is just freaking awesome. I mean,
I
I'm
enjoy reminiscing and
oh, it
watching.
you are gonna love his channel because it's not just reminiscing. He described and I turned it on. I mean, I watch his stuff every now and then when it comes up on my because it's one of the things that since I watch it lately more often, it's coming up lately on my suggested channels. And I got to tell you,
Hey, hey,
he
too
did
late.
one.
I'm already subscribed. I'm
He
already
did. Yeah,
subscribed.
yeah. No, he did one on a Wurlitzer. Okay, a Wurlitzer jukebox. Okay, I was incredibly blown away and fascinated. This Wurlitzer jukebox basically came as close to a computer through mechanical means as you can without actually calling it a computer. The intricacies of the mechanical and electrical connections. You're okay. You're familiar with the old fashioned uh, carnival chaser lights. It was a motor with a camshaft, and the camshaft would have four levers, and it would
Okay, yeah,
go, and the camshaft would go click, 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 and
yeah,
this is the old fashioned chaser.
yeah.
These chasers, they still, and I know because I'm a semi carny, in the carnivals,
Sure.
in the rides, they still use these chasers that are ages old. They have electronic chasers with SCRs in them,
Right.
with SCRs and uh, I mean, yeah, the silicon rectifier. They've got all these fancy things, yet these old ones are incredible. All you got to do is clean the brushes every now and then. And well, anyway, this Wurlitzer was incredible. Not just that was just an example of one of the contacts, but the way this you got to watch it. It's all motors, levers, and things going clicking up and down, and this thing, you could put a quarter in, press a button, A5, and it will put it into its memory,
Hmm.
and then you put A4, whatever. It's just
I had
the
a
the
friend.
if you watch his whole video and you could easily follow it, he explains, and I'm just looking at it. It's absolutely it. I have to say ingenious for the time. It
I've got
really
a
is.
friend
It's
that
the kind of stuff we would come up with now, in hindsight.
I've got a friend that used to do jukeboxes and had literally 18 jukeboxes in his house, and he worked
Nice.
on them. And I got to look at them, and it's
Oh, so you've seen,
so
so you've, yeah.
yes, it's a work of art. Yes,
There's a centerpiece.
definitely.
There's a centerpiece that has a bar that moves 180 degrees on this particular model. And there are pins all along the outside, which represent the A and the B, two pins for each record, A
Mhm.
and the B side, or the side 1 and 2 of each 45. And this thing spins around and it does multiple functions. It selects the next record, but it also resets the last record, and it's just so much to it. So I mean, it's just
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yep. I haven't seen his jukeboxes. His wife got
Yeah.
killed in a car accident years ago, and then
Uh,
we pretty much, I don't even know if he's still in town, but
right.
it was an awesome
It was a sight to see, huh?
Oh yeah, it was, because he had 18 of them in his house, and all functioning because he repaired them, he fixed them, he did the
And and
yeah,
those the ones that I found fascinating were there's the ones with the old fashioned liquid and the bubble lights. Basically, it's a huge bubble light.
and he had those.
Yeah, I could imagine that must have been so cool to see.
Yes, I'm looking through my Facebook because I think that's where it is, but I don't know. I've got so much stuff that I don't know where anything is.
I hear you.
Maybe it's on MySpace.
Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, MySpace. That's one thing I don't know if I ever did sign up on MySpace.
See,
Come
I
to
did
think of
that,
it.
but I can't remember my password, and I think I've changed my email, years ago.
Right, right.
Um, and I had some photographs on there back from like 20 or 2007, 6, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Do you remember a place that was on the web called GeoCities?
Yeah, of course.
I actually had a GeoCities site.
His account? Yeah. CO City site? Yeah.
I wish I could remember what my account name was even, and it might have been something like Kilroy's Universe or Kilroy something, but I can't remember it because at the time I wasn't going by Kilroy 79763. Had
Yeah.
I left it at Kilroy 79763, and Matt gives me a hard time about Kilroy 79763, but go search it. Every time I say Kilroy,
My wife is so tired that she took anti-diarrhea. Yeah, wow, that's tired.
well, she might be in the bathroom then for a little while relaxing.
Yeah, you got the computer all to yourself. I'm telling you, it's oh, let's see here.
Did you like that shameless plug there?
Oh yeah, no worries. Plug all you want. I'll tell you. Yeah,
Uh,
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, the this guy. I mean, I was just I've liked a lot of the stuff that he's put out. And then he did one on washing machines, and this is something that I should know. And I'll tell you honestly, I never thought about. I never thought about it. Okay, my washing machine, a dishwasher. Okay, get this. I got a dishwasher at home, and I buy the pods, right? We gave up a long time ago on
and I
the
saw he had a washing or
yeah,
dishwasher
yeah. And
deal.
basically, it was really cool because he opened up one of the dishwashers and he showed all the different cycles and he compared. Well, okay, this is the beautiful thing about him. He spoke about how soap emulsifies, which we know.
Yeah,
But
grease.
I mean, most of the stuff he's talking about, we know. But let me tell you why I found this one so educational for me. Every now and then, even though you know something, it's not in the forefront in your mind, particularly when we're our age, and things skip by the wayside. For instance, this is my procedure for washing dishes. I wash the, I wash the big gunk off,
Mm-hmm.
drop them in the dishwasher.
Mm-hmm.
I throw, because I can't stand that stupid little flap, and sometimes it doesn't open. I throw the pod in the bottom of the dishwasher, close it, hit start. Done. Okay, here's the problem. And the funny part was he was using the same exact dishwasher. I saw the front, same exact Frigidaire that I have. So here's the thing. He explained how a dishwasher works, and it's one of the things that I've always known, but I've never paid attention to or thought about. The dishwasher has a pre-wash. I know this because the door has, most dishwashers have a door, the door that you close, that it opens automatically. And next to it, it's got a little tiny compartment that's got open holes so the water can flow through it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the pre-wash. You can put soap in the pre-wash and soap in the dishwasher. And for the fancier dishwashers, you got the little jet thing. Okay. Now, the cycle is this: 15 minutes pre-wash. So what happens is it will run water it'll fill up and run water for 15 minutes. And here's the thing that I learned from him. It's not hot water. It will not heat that water. So if you've just turned on the dishwasher, by the time the hot water gets to your dishwasher, if it's far away, your water heater, then you're washing with cold water. That's one.
Right.
So one recommendation is to turn on the hot water. But even that, it's just regular hot water. It's not superheated like in the case of a washing machine. Now, but 15 minutes. Then the entire thing will be evacuated. Okay, so if you threw your little lump of soap, if you threw your pod at the bottom, you've just wasted it because you've washed it for 15 minutes and it's gone.
Exactly.
And then now you're washing with just plain water,
Yep.
which is fine. But, and during the 1 hour cycle, as long as you've got the heat on, in your washing machine, if you have that option, that heater on the bottom, that's not just for drying. That actually heats up the water in the bottom to get it to a nice hot temperature. And then it'll be washing for an hour. And that's why your dishes are mostly washed, but not efficiently. So now, from now on, and I told my whole family, look, when you wash dishes now, either use two pods, one in the little one and one in the big one, and then or just the one in the big one, and then let it drop when it's supposed to. But he did a bunch of different but that's just one example of one video he did. He did the old Betamax Wars, where he actually explained not only did he explain the differences between beta and VCR, but he explained about the striping, which I knew about. He explained about the stereo, because one version of VHS has the stereo, and I knew all of this before. One version has the stereo embedded in the stripe, in the diagonal striping of the head. The other one has like a regular cassette recorder.
Yeah, like a channel, right?
Like a channel. Yeah,
the track.
The two channel, right? A single track. I mean, a 2-channel track.
Yeah.
So and some have both. They have it embedded and in the track. Well, anyways, regardless, all of this was cleverly explained by this man, and I really, really enjoy his channel. That's the bottom line.
Hey, Ed Newman just said, I have a vending business and still have 7 jukeboxes in my basement along with other gaming machines.
Oh, that is so cool.
It is. And I guess if he had a vending business, that they're working, right? I mean, even if they're not, it's no big deal, but boy.
Well, he said he had a vending business. So
I would think they would be functional.
Maybe,
hopefully. Yeah, and no judgment either way. I'm just asking.
No, I would love it.
Yeah.
One way or another. Either way, I think it's cool. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm actually trying to find the jukeboxes.
What am I doing? I'm just, I'm so used to putting things on the plus side that I put this one on the plus side. This goes on the negative. It's black.
You're talking. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's the problem. I keep. Here we go.
I've got videos, check-ins, music, movies, likes, questions, reviews, managed sections. Facebook has changed so much in the last 10, 15 years.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing. I am the type of person, and I know kids are different, the kids today, but I hate with a passion change for the sake of change. Look, it's like some of Apple's changes. I've been a Mac head all my life, and some of Mac's operating system changes have been phenomenal. Oh, they added this, they added this, they added this. But then they go to change the new icon. Oh, just for the sake of changing it because they look. Don't give me that crap.
Right.
Ooh, you want to remain cutting edge. Cutting edge, my ass. The following year they changed them back because nobody liked them.
Who said that?
Huh?
Somebody said cutting edge. I didn't see anybody in the chat say cutting edge.
Huh? Oh, no. I said it. I said cutting.
Okay, yeah,
they wanted to be cutting edge, and I said cutting edge. My, what? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's
and it may be here, and somebody help me out. If is there a year slider that I could look at different years?
Yeah.
Facebook, where?
Well, you got to type Facebook history or something like that, and I forgot how.
And then I'm wondering.
Go. Type in the help menu. How to find your Facebook timeline.
Yeah. There we go. Let's do that. And then I'm wondering if it's actually in my Google Drive, because that goes back to about 2004, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
It might be there, but let's see. But I'm almost certain I put it on Facebook. Go to your profile, view activity log. On the left side of the post, you can use years. So there we go. That's it.
There you go.
That's
yeah. Because I did that recently, and I don't remember how I did it. So
view activity log. Because I want to find these jukeboxes so you guys can see them. Facebook. and the thing is I went to the profile today. Go to your profile, view activity log, and I did this morning.
On the left side, years.
View activity log. There it is. View activity log. Yeah. But see, they moved the activity log. At one time, it was there.
Yeah.
It just.
Oh, I know. I used to be able to just scroll down, and the furthest down you scrolled them, they had years on the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. On the left side, click your posts or post by others.
I guess they want to see how often people go back to the years so they can just start deleting them or something.
Right.
Because eventually they're going to run out of
no, they'll never run out of space. Yeah. I hear you, Javi. I really do. I think what will happen more than likely, okay, and this is a certainty because nothing is forever, Facebook will shut its doors. I mean, they might sell it to somebody else, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That might be more possible than them running out of space. That's my personal technical opinion.
That's true. It's very possible.
I mean, and again, my opinion, everybody's got an opinion, right?
Well, no, I agree with you. There's a time for everything. And if you're as old as we are, we've seen it all come and go.
Yes. Remember Prodigy? Remember Prodigy?
Of course I remember Prodigy.
Okay. Remember
CompuServe information service?
Yeah, exactly. See what I'm saying? And these were things that
AOL, when AOL was at the top of their game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we were talking
now AOL's a joke. It's like, oh, you have an AOL account? Do those still exist?
Ha. Yeah. And even MySpace, I think, still exists. I haven't seen them closing their doors.
Yeah. It's crazy.
your profile. I was in my profile. View my
Really?
activity log.
MySpace?
I'm in my activity log.
That would be funny if MySpace
Like your
exists.
posts or posts by others. But see, it doesn't say your posts or posts. It says review posts you're tagged in, review posts you might be in, review tags on your posts. It doesn't say your posts. Now, maybe I need to click archive log. What is that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm setting here the as I finish them, I like to make sure to set the voltage correctly. These black and red ones are going to be all 12 volt. And I'll make the others 24. Good enough. All right.
It actually did a face recognition on me from back in the year in the 2000s, easy. In the 2000s, easy. Maybe even the 90s. It did that. Review posts you're tagged in, posts, filters, posts.
Yeah.
Filter is just
yeah. This guy. Let's see. What other ones has he done? Let me take a quick look because this guy's he talked about how a microwave worked. He's talked about what the goop is inside a lava lamp. You know, he's talked about the differences between the this is a good one. Is he talked about the differences between the air conditioners, the window units, and why you should never buy a portable unit because they suck, which I agree with completely.
Yeah, I never did understand portable units unless they exhausted out a window.
Well, that's just it. Even if they do, they're nowhere near as efficient as a window air conditioner, which is nowhere near as efficient as But anyway, the other thing that he commented about, and this was just fantastically well documented, is the differences in. It went from $9.95 to, or $9.96 at Walmart to $150 unit. Portable heaters. I mean, we're talking. They all max at 1500 watt. All of them. Why? Because that's the maximum amount that's allowed by Underwriters Laboratory on a 15 amp circuit.
Right.
Okay. So that's the maximum you can do, 1500 watts. Because it's a continuous thing. This I know from the NEC, because obviously a hair dryer can be 1800 watts because it's not expected to be continuous. Well, anyway, so regardless of how whether you have a fan in the thing, whether it's radiant heat, whether it's a ceramic heater, or the different designs saying ultra efficient, they're all turning 1500 watts. Or if you look at it at 1.5 kilowatts per hour, you can convert that to BTUs, which is 5,120 BTUs. It's all 5,000-ish BTUs. That's it.
Yeah. Yes.
That's it. I don't care whether you spend $1,000 on one of these 1,500 watt units or $10. They're going to give you the same amount of heat. So don't waste your time. And he proved it on the thing, with a kilowatt meter and it's just I love that channel. He's talked about laser discs. He's talked about so many fun things.
Ed Newman said yes, by the way. So they are functioning.
Nice.
Machines, yes.
Yeah, that's why I built that. I got to tell you, Al, that's why I built that retro Pi. And once you build it, you're going to love it because it's for nostalgia's sake.
Yeah, it is exactly. Here's the Raspberry Pi, and it does have what's it called, the Piecade or Pi Arcade. I can't remember the name of the emulator, but it's there, and I've got 2 joysticks, and
Yep.
the cabinet was built, and
I ended up to save time. I ended up buying for $60 the chip that had everything on it.
yeah, that'd be one way. Sure.
Oh my God! I didn't have to install a damn thing. I popped the chip in; it's fully working. I had to configure it, but and then I copied the chip so I can have multiple copies of it.
I need to get the ROMs though. That's and somebody told me they were gonna show me some ROMs.
Yes and no. I mean, if you want to do it illegally,
no, never.
And we would never do this.
Never.
You could just do what I did and buy the chip, and I legally cannot run those programs, and my machine is off and disconnected. So legally, I am not running anything, so I'm fine. It's not illegal to own the chip with the stuff in it, but I think it's illegal only to profit from it. But anyway, regardless. You have to own the ROM for each program. Now, many of those you don't are free. You don't need them.
Yeah.
But some of them, like a lot of the Aikido and the Sony and a lot of those games, Sonic the Hedgehog, or all the old Atari games, all those things you need to have the original ROMs for. And that's the thing. You actually have to have. In order to get the original ROMs, you have to have a physical machine or a motherboard and just possess it, and that's it.
Right.
Or, in the case of Atari, have the cartridge. Or a receipt that you had the cartridge or whatever, Proof of ownership. But to my knowledge, nobody prosecutes you for that, because frankly it would cost them more to hire a lawyer to prosecute you than, and the only thing I think the first thing they might do is put a cease and desist.
I think.
And what kind of money would they get from you? Certainly less than what it would cost to pay a lawyer.
Exactly.
Not even enough. And it's not like if you were like Bob Claggett and had like billions of YouTube people following, and he just did an arcade video, and then maybe you might be the type of person that they'll make an example of, because it would be big news. Well, it wouldn't be big news even with Bob Claggett. That's the problem. Unless it's big news, why would somebody in their right mind spend thousands of dollars to hire a lawyer to get a couple $100 or however, if that's even possible, from a person who doesn't have it?
Yes. Again, all they're going to get is a judgment anyway.
And all they're going to get is a judgment. And then the guy just stops and it's done.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: you got to prove that you have to prove that he is currently doing it, because, like for me, I did one as a test, and that's completely legal.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
It's probably so simple, the timeline that I'm trying to find, but yet.
Oh, you haven't been able to find it yet?
No,
hang on a second.
I even followed directions.
Let me look at mine. Hang on a second. Let me see something. Facebook. Okay, go to Facebook. And then on the left side, you said it was okay. Let me go to
what I said. What I said was go to your profile, click View Activity Log.
Ah, that's it. Okay, wait. Going to my profile.
Yep.
Wait up.
Click View Activity.
Hang on. My profile is Javier, right? Yeah. I mean, here it is. Edit. No, not edit profile. Where the hell is it?
See?
Give me a second. I'll find it. Okay. You mean the 3 dots? Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and go to activity log. Okay.
Okay.
So I went to activity log. Okay, today, and then you scroll all the way down.
Activity log.
Click on. Okay,
Go,
I'll tell you what.
so
Uh,
go to your profile, view activity log. On the left side, click your posts or posts by others. And then it says you can use years on the right to navigate to older posts.
okay, so I click on archive. Nothing to show. Okay.
Right.
I click on. So you said activity log, and then do what now?
Activity log. On the left side, click your posts or posts by others. And then on the left side, your posts or posts by others, and then you can use years on the right to navigate to older posts. But I don't see your posts or posts by others. And this is the Facebook help team.
Yeah, this is an old one. Hang on a second. Let me see something. Because I just did this recently, and I did see it. Hang on.
And there's a comment that Philip, since it's on the web, it says Facebook activity log search is the single most useless search feature of any app or service I have ever used.
Okay, here you go. Here you go. Okay, ready? Go
Yeah.
to where it says photos you might be in
Wait a second.
on the activity log.
Yeah, review photos you might be in.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
And then where it says posts hidden from timeline.
No.
Oh, yep. Oh, hang on a second.
Activities your tag other posts.
No, never mind. That's
right.
not. It's not it.
Okay, other posts on your timeline. Activity you're tagged in. Posts. Let me click posts.
Yeah, try that.
Post comes up. So select an item to open, and that's it. And I'm even making my Facebook page bigger and smaller just in case it's on the right hand side and hidden because of that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because I thought about that. Well, what if it's just hidden because I've got it so big? And that really sucks, by the way.
Well, the thing is, I did do this, but I
have to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go because now I'm on a mission. I've got to find these jukeboxes.
I did this the other day. Hang on.
Photos. I'm going to go to photos in Google Photos, and it has a timeline on the right hand side, and I'm going to go back to 2014. 2014. No. Anyway, I'm talking at this point.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm in the same boat. I there was a way, and I did it recently, and then I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know at this point.
Life gets so convoluted and memories get so intertwined. I don't remember if it was before I went to see Elvis or his home or after.
Well,
it means something to me. It doesn't.
I will say this. I just looked it up 2 weeks ago, so I know I could find. Now I don't know how I did it.
Yeah.
I knew I was looking for a post from a specific date, and I was able to search that specific date range in the timeline. So I found it. I don't know what steps I took, but try that. Try the help desk. So look for posts from a specific date. and see if by any chance they will. Because if you find it for a specific date, maybe the timeline thing will come up. Who knows?
Okay, I will try that. I will try that.
Okay, let's see here. One more of these. Let's see. On, powered up, and let's take it to
I mean, I've
12.
got photos in here back from June 2008 that have my mom, and my mom passed away in August.
Yeah.
I mean, there's stuff in here that doesn't mean anything to anybody, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Michelle's mom is there too. Actually, I think it was before 2008. And the reason I'm looking in here is just because my Mustang was actually on the road in 2009. It's been in the garage since then. I got $100 million check from Bank of Obama made out to me.
What the hell?
Seriously. Seriously. I don't know where.
What kind of BS is that?
I don't know. I don't even remember what it was, but it does say Bank of Obama, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Oh.
Made out to my name. It's got Brock's signature on it. Carlo.
How much money?
$100 million.
Oh, well.
You think I ought to try to cash it in?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can cash it in, but you got to go to the Bank of Nigeria.
Right. And talk to the prince, right?
Talk to the prince. Speaking of those things, have you seen well, either the TED Talk or on Conan or his channel, James Veitch?
Don't believe I have.
You would love him. He is okay. So let me explain who he is, and then maybe you have seen him. He did a few skits, and you would lose it. It's hilarious. He did a TED Talk because somebody sent him an email, and he decided he had some free time, and he basically did what we all wish we could do, is just respond to the email. And it was freaking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I mean, some guy asking him to sell money for gold, and there were two of them that he's posted. But there was another one that he did with rubber ducks, and you just have to see that video. I'll see if I can link the videos for you, and
Okay.
because I mean, you're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose it when you.
I actually did receive. I didn't pay anything for it, but I knew it was going to be fake. But I kind of strung them out and I actually did receive $3,000 in cashier's checks, fake cashier's checks, that they wanted me to go cash, and do something with. I don't remember what the details were, and I still have them.
Yeah.
But I knew they were fake. I mean, I looked at them. I looked up, what the distinguishing marks on them to be, fake or not, and they were fake. They were for sure fake. They were missing some watermark. I don't remember, and various different little details that were not.
Yeah, it's possible that whatever bank they're affiliated with would temporarily cash them,
Yes.
but they would never clear it. But by that time, they would know your bank information, and then they'll just do a reverse ACH on them or whatever.
Yeah. It was something like that. Yeah. So I said no. I didn't even take it out of the bank.
My mom, and it's a shame, but my mom got scammed out of a few thousand one day. I think it was $1,000 or $2,000, maybe even three. This guy had called my mom out of the blue, in Spanish. I think it was from Mexico, and he was Hang on a second. Let me just see which side is which here, so I can
Hey,
connect this.
this is interesting. You can relate to this. I think this is the first
What's
one I've ever gotten. I just got a Facebook friend request from Raul Fernandez. Guess where he lives?
Miami?
Holguín,
No.
Cuba.
What? Orguinco what?
Holguín, Cuba.
Huh. What the hell is that
Yeah.
all about?
I don't know. He's got 1,000 or 1,400 friends, so it doesn't look like a fake account. 101 mutual friends. It looks like he's, I'm going to say, some type of woodworker or crafter. You know how Cubans are crafty. You understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They're very ingenious with the ridiculously amount of minimal tools they have.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. That just blows my mind. That's the first Cuban, and let me look at his about, see if there's any. No, lives in Holguín, I guess. Is that how you pronounce it? Holguín?
Orgina. If is it GUI?
No, it's Holguin. Holguín, because it's got
HGUIN. Ogin.
Holguín. Yeah.
Orgin.
Holguín? Because
no. If you have GUI, it's Gin.
Okay, then it's Holguín. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Holguín, Cuba. I mean, I just happened to look over and there was so I'm going to go ahead and that'd be funny if he could, I'm going to drop him the link to the show.
The outside link, not the inside link.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, I'm over here now. Come join us. Yeah.
No, I'm on the YouTube one.
That would be funny. Oye, brother, ¿cómo está?
Sí. ¿Qué pasó, chico?
Yeah, no. Yeah, don't do that. We'll lose all we'll gain one Cuban and lose all the Americans.
Definitely.
Pass. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Where am I? I need.
Now the irony is I don't see how to send him a message. Posts about.
Is that even possible? Well, you have to first be friends, and then you can message him.
I am. There it is. Again, Facebook changed this so much, I don't even recognize the message.
Yeah, change for the sake of change. It pisses me off.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if I'm actually related to him. I mean, I don't know.
What's his last name?
Fernandez.
Oh, well, that could be related to anybody.
Yeah, true. Do they even get YouTube?
You know what? I don't know. Have no idea. Never been to Cuba.
Yeah. And ahora is HARO, right?
AHORA.
AH.
No. AHORA. One AHORA.
Yeah. I don't know. It just yeah.
Ahora.
Ahora. Yeah. Ahora. Sí, ahora.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, and that is the YouTube link. I don't know. What the heck, I mean, hey, worst thing, I had to block the guy, but it looks legit. It looks like, I mean, you can tell. You really can tell.
Worst thing, he'll ask you for a Nigerian bank account number.
I'm just gonna say it this way, and I'll be quiet. Oye, chico, ¿me puedes dar un peso o 2, 3 pesos, por favor?
Yeah, really.
Anyway,
pass. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm like.
Let's see here. Boy, I'm getting there, but this is slow going. But then again, I'm doing 10 of them. So. You know what? I am definitely. You don't know how badly I'm chomping at the bit to build my place. Now,
I bet. I don't have the motivation, man. I'm just I mean, hell, I've been sitting here for 3-4 hours,
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not my health. It's just there's just I don't know what it is.
It's whatever you're motivated to. That's the thing. It's it is what it is.
Yeah.
There are a lot of days that I am just watching YouTube all day long and nothing else. And now, granted, I watch. Well, what do I watch? I watch a lot of this stuff that I just told you about. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of. I mean, I'll get stuck in one of those. I'll watch the Graham Norton show, and then I'll stay watching the Graham Norton show for the entire day, and I'll watch every episode of the damn Graham Norton show.
Yeah.
A lot of them have the Who characters on them. A lot of them have people that I've never heard of from England on them. It's. But I don't know. As far as talk shows go, that's my favorite talk show now.
Yeah,
I'll watch Whose Line Is It Anyway for hours on end.
Yeah, that's what's the one where they guess my occupation or something like that? That one's really funny.
Oh, Who's My Line? What's My Line?
Is that it?
What's My Line? The old show?
No, not the old one. No, the new one. There's a new one that. Anyway, I don't remember, and for some reason I'm trying to think of the actors that are on there, but they're real. Anyway, they'll try to do something or be something. They'll act it out.
Oh yeah, that's Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Okay, yeah, there you go. That
with Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles.
Yes, exactly. I haven't watched it in years. By the way, Michael thinks that Cuba is still in the 60s. You're right, Michael. It is. And actually, Castro is still there. Fidel's not there.
Yeah, but his brother is.
His brother's there. And the not to get political about it, but Cuba was starting to I want to say get back into the norm, even though the regime was still there. But of course, everything got shut down over there. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
They lost their way ages ago. Yeah. Shame, but
But you know what, Javi? I really believe that even though they lost their way, the path has been totally. I'll use this word. The path has been totally embargoed.
Oh yeah,
totally destroyed in front of them. I mean, and there's both sides. I get that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's like, what are you going to do on the?
What are you going to do? There's
the thing is, what they found for many years is when they did the few times that they did open up, all the money would go to Castro and nothing would go to the people. So nothing would have changed.
Yeah,
nothing.
Exactly.
They're always blocked from hey, communism is communism. And my grandparents used to always have that hope. And I mean, it was not just a hope. They had a belief that Castro would fall and they'd get their lands back. And I mean, already in my 20s, about 25 years ago, I already had decided. I got into an argument with my grandparents once because I told them Castro won, and they were pissed like you wouldn't believe it. How could you're Cuban? How could you say something like that? First of all, no, I'm American. Second of all, he won. He has been in power back then 35 years. He's already destroyed the country completely.
Yes, agreed.
But he's in power. He's won. He's got everything he ever set out to get. So,
Oh yes, exactly. Totally.
And there's no how are you going to take back your lands when the government has given them to other people?
Right.
Already after God knows how many years. And
that was 25 years ago. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And now 65 years ago. Yeah.
Right. My mom, and I'm going to say this, and I know it's longer. My mom went 25 years ago. Javi, it's probably longer than that, but 25 years is where I stopped counting. She went back and visited, and she said that the stench,
my dad did the same thing. My dad did this. My dad went during the Mario boat lift.
Yeah.
And it was just his face Well, one thing, he was happy to be back because it was a grueling ordeal with a
Right.
flotilla of 4 ships, and he had a 25-foot Bertram, and they shoved 14 people, criminals, on his boat. The government did, or he wouldn't be able to get gas or leave.
Yeah.
You know, but the bottom line is, he says what he saw there, there was no more. His Cuba was gone. He
Right.
said that to my mom.
Yeah. That's what my mom, and that's the same exact thought that I was bringing up. She went back. She said, "I'm never going again," because what she left wasn't there anymore, and what was there was just totally destroyed, just yeah. And we've got tons of family, probably like you.
I've got a whole bunch of footage from my parents in Cuba, and the documentaries on Cuba is how I will remember Cuba, and that's it.
Right.
And the old Ricky Ricardo and the old, I mean, that's it. That's it's the land. It's as if somebody said, if it's as if somebody, and I don't want to get racist or political here, but it's as if a white supremacist was thinking about the old days in the South of slave owners and thought those were the good old days. I mean, it's completely reversed, but the point is, and that's a bad example, but it's not coming back.
Right. It's not.
In that case, it's better. I mean, in Cuba's case, it's worse.
I've
But
had people ask me, "Well, don't you want to go visit?" And I'm like, "No, not really. I mean,
nope, no desire whatsoever.
I live 150 miles away from the Mexican border. Do I want to go travel to Mexico? No."
Hell no.
Exactly. I mean, hey, if you have family there,
I have been to Mexico on a cruise.
yeah.
Didn't like it. Won't go back.
Well, I've been there lots of times, deep into Mexico, and not putting anybody down. I mean, if that's your land and that's your country, that's great. But
exactly. Look at. I mean, Spain's a perfect example. Now, I've been to Spain numerous times. I would go back. I would happily go back. I got some family there. It's not a third world country, but would I live there? No way in hell. And I was born there.
Yeah.
I came here when I was 4 months old, but I was born there.
So
there's something in my blood, and my heritage is Spanish, really, because my parents and my grandparents are Cuban, but everything before that is Spanish. So, okay, so what? So we had a couple of generations that lived in Cuba. Big deal. Everything else is Spanish. And again, it's all relative. It depends how far back you go. You go far back enough, you're in Africa. So,
yeah, exactly. Or in Panacea,
Panacea,
yeah. Hey, I did find a filter with dates.
Okay.
There's no activity. I got a sneaky feeling that Facebook is broken.
They're making it harder and harder to find the old stuff, and I have a feeling that what I'm going to do one of these days soon is just the photos. I don't care about what I said,
right?
But just the photos. I'm going to start downloading or uploading or whatever. If Facebook has a way of uploading to me to one big file of every single photo, offloading, I would say, every photo I have ever uploaded to them, then I'll take it. I don't mind if they delete stuff, but
I don't think they do. But I also think that and I'm pretty certain about this, that they have adjusted the pixel density and processed every single photograph that you've uploaded to be not the same scale, I guess.
No. All the old pictures are definitely just web. I mean, I remember when Facebook started, it was you could upload photos, but in the end, it would be 72 DPI.
Exactly.
So you it's not like now where you have higher resolution photos. Back then, I remember in the beginning of Facebook, everything was 72. Because what they would do automatically is reduce it because they didn't have the space back then.
Right.
Yeah, that I do remember vividly.
Yep.
But
But I'm kind of wondering because there's somewhere. I don't really need them. But it was like, hey, I wanted to go look for these jukeboxes, and now I'm
Yeah.
going. So where are they?
Yeah, really.
Spanish sections.
Well,
Reviews.
I think with this one, well, let me adjust it. But I think with this one, I'm going to. I got one more. Screw it. I'm not. I'm just gonna leave it at this. With this one, I'm going to finish this one up and then call it a night because
Right.
I'm gonna watch a little
You
YouTube on the recliner. What's that?
and you enjoy, and it's 11:30 there, isn't it?
It is 11:30. How? What's? Oh yeah, you're a lot earlier over there.
I'm an hour earlier. Yeah.
1 or 2. You're in
One
Odessa,
hour.
Texas, or
Yeah, it's 1 hour.
oh, it's 1 hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Central Time. Hang on a second. Let me just finish this up. And this, and this, and this.
See photos hidden from the timeline. I think that's the ones that
I looked for those, but they didn't show anything.
Yeah, I see that because I've hidden photos from the timeline too.
But that's if you've actually hidden something, like somebody posts something of you, and you didn't want to show it,
Right.
so you hid it
Right.
from your timeline. But that's hidden. That's not look up the timeline,
Exactly. I've got one that says, "Hey, I ate this once a night and reduced my weight. Why didn't I just delete it? I was tagged in it, and I hid it."
I always, I'm usually up to date when it comes to most of my I'm usually up to date when it comes to most of my that's the stupid camera. Most of my, what am I trying to say here? Have notifications.
Well,
Now, one thing I hate about notifications is they don't let you choose, at least as far as I know, maybe they changed it, but they don't let you choose just the notifications that you are tagged in. In other words, I only want to see notifications. I don't care to see a notification that Al Forte posted something on his Facebook page. Okay, so did a million other people who are friends of mine, and that's nice. I should have a little bell like YouTube has for favorites. But other than that, the only thing I want to know is, where was I posted? Either a comment that somebody made on something that I posted, or reacting to so I can respond back and forth. Short of that, I don't care to be scrolling down a million notifications if I miss a few days, because they're all there now. I do it because sometimes people, just to get my attention, they will tag me on a saying or something that they think is funny. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to untag myself and unfriend them and block them. Because there's nothing I hate more. Look, you tag me on a picture that we were on a woodworking show. That's what the tag is there for. Don't tag me on a saying that says, "Hey,
exactly.
Democrats suck and Republicans are fun." Even if I am a Republican, I'm not gonna.
Those are the ones that I do just hide from the timeline.
Yeah, I don't hide them. I remove the tag, and if it is spam, because some of them are spam.
If it is spam, block them. Yeah,
because every now and then I'll get some guy that he friends me, and he's a real estate agent, and he's showing me
he's gone. Yeah,
he's gone in every way, shape, and form.
Last night or night before I came over, I think it was last night, I put up a picture or a video. It was a YouTube live of Saturn and Jupiter. It was actually Jupiter and Saturn.
Yeah.
And I put up, because every 7 minutes they were resetting it. It's going to conjunct.
Yeah, I was watching it. It was fun.
Okay. And I put on there.
In fact, 3 hours ago, I got a message from Starwalk. P2009 Q4 Botini. Closest approach to Earth is tonight. Ooh.
Yeah.
time to turn off those
I
notifications.
put on there, this is probably fake. Some other guy said, it was in a group. Well, why do you think it's fake? And I explained to him. This other guy says, I think you're fake. I went over to his Facebook page and I saw the person that he was.
Yeah.
Block.
Yeah.
The hell with it. You know, I'm like, I don't even know who you
let
are.
me tell you, I do enjoy every now and then okay, there's Uranus, there's Mars.
Hey,
Let me,
hey.
let me look down here. Okay, here's Libra. Okay, Venus is directly below me, and so is the Sun and Mercury. Hey, it must be midnight because the Sun is directly below me. Oh, look at that. It's almost midnight.
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome.
It
Jupiter
is.
and Saturn are overlapping each other. Pluto.
Is that planetarium or something like that? Or
it's called Star Walk. There's Mars and there's Uranus, and or Uranus, and there's the moon. What's really cool? It's look. Let me see if I can. Okay, you see this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as I turn my phone, it's a great app. Shows me the directions. It shows me, but the really cool thing about it that I've always found fascinating is it's got a line through all the planets, which is the disk. The you would think that all the planets are aligned. Of course, they're aligned if you're looking at the two-dimensional flat plane of the solar system.
Right.
So. Right. Because in our solar system, anything on that line, that's the only thing the only place they could be. Everywhere else is, well, anyway, it's really fun. It's cool. It's a novelty. Well, unless you're an astronomer, but it's a novelty for me. I'll look at it every now and then when there's a big event like this, and then I'll delete it off my phone. And the next time there's an eclipse, I'll put it back on, But anyway, well, guys, thanks for dropping in. We're down to 3 people. Michael King is still with us.
Hey, Batman. Hey, Batman, what should I stream next? Actually, Unferously just asked me. If you stream, let us know, but you probably will be tired. Ha. In that case, good night. Yeah. I mentioned already that I'm abusing my nighttime staying up time, because next spring, when I have to go back to work, we'll be going to bed probably by about 11:30 or midnight. If
you will have to go back to work.
Well, I will. Yeah, I will.
I mean, are you set to go back in class, or you're doing virtual now?
Yes, I have 4 face-to-face classes, and a bunch of web classes, and so I'll be really busy. So
now, do you do your web classes at home or over there?
Well, what I do is I set them up and make them work. In other words, I give them the assignments, I give them the material, I get and set it up on the web. I could do a lecture here and there, a virtual lecture or a video or something.
Right.
But usually I have the material that satisfies the video portion of it. With the hybrid classes, I had to split the classes up.
Yeah.
And then they told me, well, do a video. And I thought, well, if I'm going to do a video, then I'm going to go ahead and stream a lecture, capacitance, whatever. You might have seen them, I don't know. But I thought, because that way, if somebody does want to show up for the YouTube live,
right,
they can ask questions.
My wife's got it tough. She for a while there, she was doing virtual when everybody was doing virtual, and then they decided to go back. And then the worst part is my wife has to teach from both virtual in class. She's basically got a camera on her in class, and the class is back. Most of the classes are back. 6th grade is not back. Her 7th and 8th grade are. The kids swap classes. No, the kids used to swap classes. Now the teachers swap classes.
What do you mean swap classes?
Well, because what happens is the kids, normally this one group of kids, let's say my wife is the homeroom teacher for the 8th grade, but she is also the junior high teacher for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, both grades, math.
Mm-hmm.
So all the math classes, the algebra, geometry, trig, all those classes she teaches, the advanced math. And then And then so the kids in homeroom, they have her for a little bit, and then what happens is the kids go to their first period, kind of like high school. They go to their first period, which if it's science, they go to the science teacher's room.
Okay. How many?
That was before 30 kids.
Yeah. See, we can
That's the way it used to be.
We can only have 10 in a room.
Well, they're big rooms, and they're spaced out in a way that everybody's 6 feet away. But it's ridiculous.
For every 6 feet. Sure. Exactly.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I only have 20 seats in my lab.
Yeah. That's no fun. Yeah. But yeah, so it gets annoying for her. But on top of everything else, what's been happening is sometimes, a kid will have COVID, so they'll be quarantined for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then, which means, or they won't have COVID. Oh, that was so funny. Did you see about Elon Musk? He got tested for COVID numerous times, and sometimes it was positive and sometimes it was negative.
Really? No.
Oh, yeah. Same test, same place, same time frame, same day. It was just same test. It wasn't like it's a different type of test. No, it's a joke. It's all a joke. I really, really find it to be a joke. Not COVID. COVID, I see COVID like a serious flu. That's it. A really big ass, honkering, serious flu. Why? It kills people.
Yeah.
So does a bad flu.
It does.
A bad flu kills old people. Why is it we're doing all we're doing? Because of the media. Do I think what we're doing is good? Partially, yes. The masks and the 6-foot distance, that's good for any flu. Any flu.
Exactly.
We're a lot healthier that way when we're not crowded up. I'm all for that.
I've seen
But
Japan
come on,
and China.
closing down restaurants and limiting this and limiting that. And come on, don't give me all that crap. People are going to catch. Look, they are killing the kids' education. Now, granted, the kids are the biggest spreaders of flu. You know this because every flu season, the teachers' families get flu from the teachers. They get them from the kids because they spread them from, okay.
I had 24 students this last 8 weeks.
Yeah.
4 COVID cases.
Yeah. Almost all of them would have gotten it if not,
If it had not been for the masks and the social distancing.
And I gotta say, maybe that's not so bad. I prefer to live the other way. And then you got the sad people saying, "Oh no, but that kills a lot more." Then you want a lot more people to die. No, I want to live look. I'll tell you what. If you want to give me an ultimatum, yes, I'll say yes. I want a lot more old people and weak people and people to die if it means that everybody doesn't have to live the rest of their lives in this manner. I'll say a flat out yes. If it affects my family, so be it. Maybe I'll change my tune if it affects my family, but I'm sorry. I've always been of the opinion, look, if I was a smoker, and I'm not, thank God. If I was a smoker, I would rather live 20 years less and get some cancer and die what's the
emphysema.
Yeah, emphysema. I'd rather live. I want the choice of whether I want to live a healthy, longer life, miserable without my smokes, or now that's it's a horrible example because that's a detrimental. But let's say you're on a machine. Let's say you're COPD. Okay, you've got COPD. Okay, now it's a serious thing, and if you are suffering, would you rather live? Cancer patients is a perfect example because a buddy of mine just got cancer. He stopped taking treatments. He's going to live a shorter lifespan. He would have lived 5 more years because he's got stage 4 already. Maybe with chemotherapy, he would have lived without hair, throwing up for 5 more years, suffering in bed, going to constant things, or 1 good freaking year. Come on. There's no choice. I mean,
The,
I
the
don't,
only,
but
the only
my point is, I want the person to make the choice. Not the government.
that's it right there. That's it right there. The only difference I can see in those two scenarios is that you can't spread. Yeah, secondhand smoke. I'll
True.
give it that. You can't
Yeah,
spread it. That's the only thing that I see.
you're right. You're right.
Other
Yeah,
than that, though, other than
you're
that,
right, and that's why there should be certain laws. Certain laws.
you know,
It's all about balance, Al. It's
yeah,
all about
it
balance.
is. I agree. I agree.
There's
maybe,
there's got to be a balance.
maybe the vaccine will give us the balance that we
Yeah,
need
and that's the thing. Look. There's
to.
more and more people every year. There's more and more combinations. There's more and more genetic testing, genetic this, genetic that. And the bottom line is there's going to be a worse thing than COVID out there in the future in our lifetime.
See,
There's
I
there
thought
there
it had been SARS, which is a form of COVID, and AIDS when AIDS.
remember SARS, remember M1
Yeah,
M1N1. Remember,
but
I mean,
what happened? What happened? That was kind of to use Barney Fife's "nip it in the bud," Andy. What nipped it in the bud?
nothing nipped it in the bud. They still exist.
What-
Their time is past. COVID's time would have been a lot more severe. More people died, and its time would have passed because naturally, our God given immunity or whatever, or our evolution takes charge, Mother Nature. And in the end, there's many people that would have had an immunity, and there's many people that would have died. Who's to say that we are not endangering the human race by constantly? No, I'm dead serious. I'm serious about this.
But it can go
There,
both ways, you know.
it can go both ways. You could have one big, catastrophic disease that will kill. Here, perfect example: Thanos and Thanos and the Avengers. Thanos. I mean, you've seen the Avengers, no doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Thanos's plan on text is a fine plan. There are too many resources for the people. So if you cut the population in half, kill half of the people randomly, theoretically, they will thrive because they will have more resources. Now, first of all, it's kind of a stupid idea because if you kill half the population, half living things, you're also killing half the animals and half the trees. But let's say he's only killing half the intelligent living things, which kind of makes no sense.
Which is kind of who says what's intelligent and not, which is a whole nother
Right, a whole
conversation.
other ball of wax. But let's say he does kill half the population. Okay. Now, my complaint about his particular thing, I mean, I would say theoretically, yeah, the human race will advance because with more resources, with more trouble, with more challenges, and now that you've lost half the people will strive to any kind of hardship will make people better. That's always been the case. Now, here's the thing. What I don't like about it is Thanos is causing it voluntarily. If it was natural, I would be all for it. All for it. If it was all of a sudden a natural disease would cause evolution to why? Because I do believe that if it doesn't happen now, it'll happen later. Worse. But that's just my belief. I'm not gonna, I go with the majority. If the majority thinks it's not the right way, well, then it's not the right way. Because, I mean, there are two schools of thought.
Yeah, exactly.
Because on the other hand, if you save all the people, it's like people have this argument about Beethoven. Evolution. Well, Beethoven in the old days would have died because he was deaf and he would have run into a car, or whatever. But or the person in the wheelchair who we now augment their life by having a bunch of ADA rules and make it easy for them and give them prosthetics and this and that. There's two schools of thought. Well, if you challenge them more, they'll be stronger. or they'll die out. Either way, the race will live on. And the
Right.
other school of thought is Stephen Hawking
Yep.
was a
Yep.
contributor of the greatest ideas or theories after he had all this stuff, which would have killed him if we didn't help. And there are millions like that, many people like that. So there's something to be said for that. So
Exactly.
again, what do you do?
You know,
Balance.
there's a gentleman that I know that it would just why, but he would say, take the path of least resistance. I mean, that's what he would say, and
Yeah.
and actually, that's what we're trying to constantly figure out. What is the path of least resistance, whether we know it or not?
Yeah.
And sometimes, inaction is the path, and sometimes action is the path.
Yeah. 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 And it's a tough situation. It's a tough situation because I've learned. I'm old enough that I've learned in life that certain people have, and they're the minority. Certain people are self-responsible, self-accountable, self-motivated.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are motivated. It's you'd think if you in the movies, they're most people are you call these people lazy. No, most people are motivated by certain things, and most of the time they're just not motivated. I'm one of those people that's motivated by certain things and not motivated for most others. I am not one of those, was not one of those self-motivated people. However, because of a lot of challenges in my life, not having money, failing in businesses, wanting something and not being able to have it, and then wanting it, and then going and knocking my head and failing again in businesses,
and then getting it and realizing it.
Anxiety issues,
not as much.
anxiety issues. The only difference between my brother is pretty much the same makeup I am, except and I love him to death. He's intelligent. He's got so many other traits that I don't have, and I have traits that he has.
So he's a Democrat, is what you're saying?
No.
I'm joking, Javi. I'm joking.
No. We have only a couple of those in the family. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm smack dab in the middle. As much as I might tout Republicancy, I was so gung ho over Trump, and then I really, that when he said we won, that took all the air out of it. All the air out of it.
Look,
I mean, at that point, I say, go home. I'm a patriot. Whoever is voted my president is my president. That's who I fought. When Obama was my president, I hated all his policies. I couldn't stand his everything he did in the country. And don't get me started on Obamacare, but he was my president. And I will follow him because I'm an American, and that's the way I was brought up.
I think that's what we should all.
I don't care who it is.
Decide.
Look at Bush now. Look at Clinton now. Look at the other Bush. Well, God rest his soul. Look at every one of those presidents are united in this post-president family. And look at all the videos. Look at the inauguration videos. Every single one of them. Please help the incoming president. He's going to need your help. Help him all you can. Bush had that respect for Obama when Obama came in. Obama tried to have that respect for Trump, but he had it. Clinton had that for Bush, and Bush had it for Clinton. And it was incredible watching these inaugurations. Go back and watch the inauguration speeches, and go back and watch the final press conferences of each.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible, the bipartisanship. In the end, we're all Americans. If you want to be against anybody, it's us against the other countries. Every
time you say, and in the end, some some Rush song or something comes to mind. And in the end,
But
I
here's the yeah,
meet
but here
shall inherit the earth.
but one thing I will practically guarantee you, and I don't know this, but I'm willing to make 100 to 1 a bet that Trump is not going to be invited into the ex-president's club at all. And for many years, for 4 years, I don't want to say excusing him, but I was understanding what I thought was his plan, and he got a lot done for this country. I do believe that he got a lot of policies passed by force, but that were good for this country and stuff. But his attitude toward other people, his I would not invite him over for a friendly 1-to-1 dinner. I would not ask him for a glowing recommendation uh, in a public forum. You know, he if you look at all the jokes made by presidents about their past presidents and about their opponents, jokes, you can see the sarcastic jokes with a little underlying love and hitting them hitting them in the rib, but there was a respect. Trump's jokes about Hillary during the campaign were just plain flat out mean. I mean mean, you
Javi,
know?
Javi, you
What?
know, I would love to discuss this with you one on one without the internet.
Oh, no, yeah, I'll definitely
I
discuss
mean,
it.
if you understand what
Look,
I'm
don't
saying.
get me wrong.
No, I know. I
I'm
know.
still Republican diehard and always will be because
And
my conservative views will trump any and did for 4 years. My conservative views made me vote
yeah.
Republican because I was for the policies, not for the person. But I got to tell you,
I'm
the
going to
person
use.
made us look bad.
I'm going to use a campaign slogan. That's what makes America great. Okay. And it might not be exactly the slogan, but that's what makes America great. And I really do believe that. No matter what side quote of the fence I'm on or how I believe on something, I truly believe that everybody has the right,
Yeah.
constitutional right to believe what they believe and
Yep.
to believe whoever
And
they want.
he is still until January 20th.
Exactly.
Until January 20th, Trump is the president. He is my president, and I will follow him.
He's my president too.
Because and Miguel said Trump's the nicest guy you can meet, and I agree with you because I met him at Doral. It was just
I'm
this
sure.
guy. Okay, here's a story that you'll never hear in the media about Trump. Trump was in Doral. There were a bunch of concrete workers. Okay, concrete workers pouring a driveway. This was well before he was president. Well before he was in construction. It was his plot. It was Doral. It was Trump Plaza in Doral. They're pouring the concrete. I was there because a friend of mine asked me to go there for a business meeting, and I was there for a business meeting. Ran into Trump. I was just, he was talking to one of the workers, one of my friend's workers. He basically gave the guy, he goes, oh, we're working hard out here. Huh? He gave the guy a $100 bill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He did this to 2 or 3 guys. He was extremely generous because of his appreciation of how hard they were working on that. He respected the value of work. And the guy was he was a really nice guy and stuff. He's got that face that you just want to punch. He always has had that face. That condescending face. But here's the thing. This is why I always had confidence in Trump up until about a month ago. This is why I've always had confidence in Trump and voted for him this time around as well. And it's because I've known many businessmen like that. They were narcissistic. They were arrogant. They were lousy. Many of them were horrible family men. But guess what? Every one of them was a freaking fantastic businessman that always got things done. And that's what we needed in this country. I had high hopes that he would just wipe away, I hate term limits in Congress, but Congress is the true problem. But regardless, I had lots of faith in him, and still did up until the point. And this is the straw that broke the camel's back for me. When after the election, okay, I agree that nothing's over until the Electoral College, but don't go saying I won like a little 5-year-old. He lost all the professionalism.
Oh my goodness.
There's I'm sorry. That's when I
agree with you. I agree with you.
That was the moment. That was the moment that turned the tide.
If we don't agree,
if there was another Republican at that moment and we hadn't chosen already, I would have voted for the other Republican.
If we don't agree on anything that you have said, and I'm not saying we don't, but you have redeemed yourself by stating that last comment, because I'm going.
That was it. That was the only thing. Because honestly, I look. Here's the thing, Al. Here's the thing about Democrats and Republicans. Nobody is a Democrat or a Republican. That's the problem.
Exactly.
The problem is the two-party system.
Yes.
That's why we have a problem, because we have and that's why this country is so divided and so polarized. I am nowhere near one side or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
I am farther to the right than I am to the left because I believe in economic policies. That's my strongest part, is the economic policies above all. I am abortion, I'm anti-abortion, but you know what? I do believe in a right to a woman's choice. So really, there, I put abortion way low on my list. Okay,
but there's people that
LGBT.
That's a big thing to a lot of people.
LGBT. Let everybody live their lives as they choose. I don't give a damn. That's not for me.
Again, that's a really big.
But I've got family members. We all do. And you know what? I love them just as much, and I can and I work with people of that variety, just like I work with Black people, I work with Cuban people. There's no difference. They're people. Okay, so don't get me started on that. Environment. Oh my God, I am so anti-Republican on the environment, and I don't want to say anti-Republican. Okay, but I am so pro-environment. And I want to save the environment. And I don't mean save the environment.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I would rather go for alternative resources any day, mostly because of the money cost, saving money for myself.
But people don't understand that. I live in oil country. They don't understand that here. Let me interrupt for a second. I was at a gas station the other day, and it was at Walmart. It was one of the cheaper gas stations, and I'm filling up. And I looked over at this other lady on the other side, and I was just trying to mess with her, literally and truly trying to mess with her. I said, ma'am.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say hi to Miguel, my cousin.
If you vote, hello, Miguel.
He's actually my cousin.
Biden,
yeah,
our gas prices are going to go through the roof because it was like $1.70 or something. And she floored me in what she said. She said, you know what? If Biden becomes president and he stops fracking and this and that, that'll be great because my paycheck depends on the price of oil. And if oil goes up, I get made more money. And it just blew my mind.
Here's the thing. I mean, it's a mixed bag when it comes to I don't like the fact that gas prices are going to soar because they always do when Democrats are in power. It's a double-edged sword. They do that to drive people away from gas and to push for more alternative resources and better cars. And guess what? In the past, it's worked.
Yeah, I'm for alternative resources. I believe in solar power, wind power. My God, But
I also want a cheaper can of gas.
Well,
yeah. So it's tough. It's difficult.
Well, I think the key is renewable energy.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's just there's not enough. But then there's a problem of resources. There's
exactly.
not enough. I would love to be all solar panel, but imagine if everybody,
Hey,
if we had our 100 square mile solar panel farm in the middle of the desert, which would replace all the grid, we wouldn't have enough resources to make that many solar panels yet. I mean,
the pro oil folks, and I'll just call it that.
yeah,
The first thing they say is, "But look, you had to use petroleum products to make these solar panels."
yeah,
Okay.
but you do them once.
My comeback to that is, yeah, you had to have buggy whips and carts before the cars came into play. If
Yeah.
that makes sense, what I'm saying. Okay. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, I get it.
Welcome to Javi and Kilroy Talk.
Yeah, political talk
Oh my-
101. But yeah, it's a difficult situation because I mean I've got so much. I mean,
Yeah.
my family, even my wife. I mean, my family is so my mother-in-law still believes. Look, I believe in Occam's razor.
Yes.
The most obvious explanation is probably the truth.
Yeah.
So, do I believe that I'm hearing
we
these?
now?
I am hearing so many freaking conspiracy theories that I just gotta. It's like, oh my god, what really? The Russians or the Chinese rigged the election or the this and that, and then you know oh, the Chinese invented the virus. Like anybody would invent a virus so strong that it would kill themselves too. Stupidity. I mean, that it happened there because there were a bunch of different animals at a market that was unregulated. Yeah, I completely believe that. That's fine. That someone actually created this? No. In fact, if anybody had the technology to create a virus this deadly, I believe it would be us.
You know what?
So,
I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, but if anybody, whether they, oh my God, we released the virus. Oh, quick, fly it over to China and blame them.
Can you imagine the things that have been created in the United States? I mean, because this is a powerful, smart country, really and truly.
Wait a second. Wait, I hate to interrupt you, but Michael King said something. Even new Animaniacs reference election rigging. Somebody fill me in. Is there a new Animaniacs?
I don't know. Michael
Holy
would
crap. If that's true, I am.
Michael would know. If he says that, it's true. Yes. See,
I've got all 5 seasons, and I'll watch them again.
Michael, you just made a friend. You really, really did.
Oh, mighty Magellan, barely a care. Yippee-ki-yo, keep sailing Magellan. The West Indies Islands are right over there.
What do you got in that cup, man? That man crafting cup, huh?
Diet Coke.
Okay.
Always Diet Coke.
All I got is water. That's usually not always, but usually what I drink.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ballad of Magellan, no, the classics all. A reboot on Hulu. Oh my God, that's fantastic. Well, is it the same one? No, it's not the same ones. It's a reboot. It's freaking awesome. Is it by Spielberg and was Grazer involved in that? I know it was 4 of them.
I will honestly say I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I mean,
have you ever watched Animaniacs?
I don't think so.
Oh my God. Watch Animaniacs.
And the only reason, and you know me, Javi, I usually tell you yes, no,
yeah,
maybe. I remember why I stopped watching Andromeda, and I know you love Andromeda. Kevin Sorbo, when it came out, honestly and truly, I didn't like it. That's the truth.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get it. I
I remember it.
I wasn't that into it. I've only seen it once or twice, the whole series.
Well,
So
but that's it, because
that's it. And I agree with you. Whereas Babylon 5,
you see,
I will watch that over and over and over again, like all the Star Treks,
at
like
first,
all the MASH.
At first, I wasn't that keen on Babylon 5, but I have watched it. And I think I've watched the whole thing. Now, can I tell you who the guy with the Goa'uld? Is he a Goa'uld?
You mean Stargate? The Goa'uld? Yeah.
See how I'm getting them mixed up?
Yeah.
See, because Stargate, I did watch a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah, Babylon 5 has got the guy with the funny hairdo. Yes, see.
Yes, Babylon 5 has got the Centauri.
Yeah. Hey, my sister asked me the other day, "Hey, do you have Disney Plus?" I said, "Yes,
Sweet.
I do." "Have you watched The Mandalorian?" I said, "Well, as a matter of fact, one episode."
Oh my God, The Mandalorian is freaking awesome, and I haven't seen the second season yet.
No,
I haven't seen the second season yet.
No, not because I didn't like it, because I've got so many irons in the fire and been watching and streaming and playing.
You want to hear? You want to hear something funny? Okay. Now, you've seen Star Trek Picard?
Yes, certainly. Discovery.
Okay.
I haven't seen
a single episode yet of Discovery.
I haven't seen season 2, and I love it.
And I haven't. And what? There's 3 seasons out now, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I got them all. I downloaded them all. But I haven't. I got to binge watch them.
I take it back. I saw when it was the end of the season when both enterprises are like this. In fact, because I was thinking I want to do a pattern of that. But anyway, and then I saw a couple of them that happened after that, and then I probably splintered, and I didn't watch anymore. And Chris Ahern has always been asking me, "Hey, have you seen the latest?" No, because I'm going to binge watch them, like you just said. Well, anyway, what do you think? Have we touched base on everything under the sun?
No, pretty much. That's what we do.
This actually started sounding like a trampled underfoot podcast. You know that? I kept thinking Eloy and
Well, if you want to do something like that once a week, let me know and I'll chat with you. We'll limit it to an hour, and I'm not going to edit though. I don't know if we should. We'll just put it out raw, and I could always push trampled underfoot, and we'll do a play on words and it's like trampled overfoot or so, whatever. We'll do it as well. They've inspired us to do this, and do another talk show about nothing.
Yeah, about nothing. Yeah, but I've watched them so many times. I mean, sat there and it just
the only thing that I and I get it. It's a podcast.
Yeah,
but the only thing that I'm always, you know what? Let me do something because you're looking that way and I'm looking this way. If I do
I thought about that.
That's better. How's that? I can switch the screens. I might as well, right?
I've been thinking about that the whole time. I just didn't even say anything.
This is even better. Okay, so this is how it should have been.
We got our format now. It's there.
There you go. We got our format. I can always talk. Yeah, because I just put the camera on the side and look at you this way. Well, so anyway, here's the thing. Here's one main thing I want to do different from Trampled Underfoot. Because they have a podcast, they occasionally Mark will mention something that somebody says, but it's very rare that people, I want to. Every show I've ever done, I acknowledge, 30 knobs. I haven't been doing it now, but I usually will click on the things and there's bigs. Is that the inside of the Starship Enterprises? Where did you get the background kill? Oh, he's asking you. I thought we were still talking about Discovery.
Yes, if you go search for, and I looked it up for somebody else. Let me see if I still have it up. It's on Wikipedia. I'll find it. Keep talking. I'll find it.
You know what I'll do? Each week I'll have a different background. One time it'll be Stargate Atlantis. Another one will be Babylon 5.
I don't mind changing around
I'm
too.
gonna start doing. I've got my green screen. I might as well do it.
The only and I used to do this on Russ's show. I used to put the Enterprise behind me, but there were copyrighted photos. And I started thinking about it, going, this one is on Wikipedia. This one is, as far as I can tell, is okay. So
Right.
I've been using this one a lot, and actually, people really like this one. I like this one. Let me find it.
Yeah, that's one thing I would have to see about that. That's the problem.
And see, that's why I stopped putting, because I have some bridges where Kirk is over here and Scotty, and I'm thinking,
what day of the week do you want to do it?
Javi, seriously, I don't mind doing it.
Or would you want to do it?
Well, I would want to do it, but my schedule, I'm going to be up at the college every single night next semester, every single night. So really, and I don't know yet if I'm going to be having to lecture online, which will mean that it'll be Friday.
How are your Sunday nights?
I usually stream from 2:00 to maybe 6, which is 4 hours of streaming out in the shop.
Right.
Maybe Sunday nights. Maybe
Sunday 8 to 9. Well, 8 to 9 my time is 7 to 8 your time. I don't know if you want to,
Sunday nights are usually my
family time, or
didn't get this done and I have to have it set up for tomorrow.
I hear you.
Yeah, it's just And Saturday nights is with Russ.
Right. Yeah, of course.
I would probably be able to do something after Russ's show.
That's not a bad idea. We could do 10 to 11.
Probably.
Well, which is 9 to 10 your time. I think you're off by then, right? Because
I think so too. I think he usually finishes.
I am, or I would say 11 to 12 actually, because my time, because I do 8 to 9. Sometimes I'll go 10, 20 minutes over. It's basically the same as Russ, and then
right.
So I mean, well, usually I actually hop over there when I'm finished, because I finish before Russ. Because he usually goes a full hour and a half, or maybe even longer sometimes. But if he goes 8 to 10 at the most, then I'm thinking 10 to 11 my time will be perfect. Yeah, because that's 9 o'clock your time. You go.
If it's not too late for you, that'd probably
yours is 7 to 8, and at most you'll go to 9 your time. So 9 o'clock to 10, we can do that.
Yes, yeah, we can do that. Yes.
All right.
I'm looking, trying to find this for your cousin, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
But that'd be fun. Just we'll pick a topic. We'll find a topic for next week. We'll maybe we'll do one show on Babylon 5.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I just need to go refresh my memory a little bit. But yeah, if that's you bet.
And then we'll start it in January, because I'm taking next week off.
Okay.
And then the following
even better.
following week, January 2nd, I don't know if I'm going to be home in time. Okay. So we'll say the 9th, and that's a good. If you want to do it, or we could try for the 2nd if you want.
No, the 9th is fine. The 9th sounds fine to me.
Yeah, we could.
Wondering, why am I not finding this? I find all other sorts of pages that I've gone through. Let me just do a Google search like I did.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically what we'll be talking about is pretty much nostalgia. We've got very similar lives, so I mean, the nice thing about Eloy and Mark is what they have in common. What they talk about most is music.
Yes,
but they are 20 years apart. So,
whereas
how old are you?
I'm 60.
So we are 5 years apart.
We could talk about music.
No, I don't want
No, I'm just saying.
I mean, we could, like we did earlier today. We talked about the 70s.
Yeah,
You know,
here's the link. If you'll post it for him, it's in the private chat.
he says give Kilroy my email address.
I
I
can
forgot.
send it to him too.
I forgot your email address. Do I have? Yeah, I
Add,
got your
add
email
me
address.
on
Hang on.
Facebook. Add me on Facebook, Al space Forte. It's not a secret. Some Cuban dude just added me.
Yeah, I know that was funny.
That was. I'm going,
Oh
wow.
my God! Somebody from actual Cuba
Yeah, from
added
actual.
you.
Yeah, and actually, what I have is on my from. I have Santa Fe, Ciudad de La Habana, Cuba on there. So I guess he saw that, and hey, this guy's a
Okay,
Cuban, you know.
Miguel, shoot me your email on Facebook. On Is it your call letters at something or what is it? I forgot what it was. Well, actually, let me see if I wrote him a letter. Have I ever written him I don't think I've ever emailed him anything. Here, I'll message him. What's your email? There, make it easy for him. So now all he has to do is respond.
I certainly don't mind adding them or anything like that, but all you had to do is copy that link on the inside out to him, and he would have gotten it.
Let me. Yeah. No. What? Which link?
On the inside chat and the
Okay.
private chat.
Oh
And
yeah. Okay.
like I said, please,
Oh, here we go. Okay. Migs, here's the. I'm sending. I just sent him the link.
hey Frankie, we're still here.
I just sent him the link. Hey, Frankie. There you go. Okay, your call sign at Gmail. Got it. Okay, so here you go. Hang on a second.
Yeah. Unfairacy said, what is Kilroy looking at when you have the screens flipped?
Yeah.
I like this view better. I like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he took the panels and moved. Because see, I've got them over there. Yeah, I've got YouTube up here, but I was looking around and looking at this and looking at that. But over there is where I'm actually looking at the StreamYard, whatever it is. And we've been live 4 hours and 51 minutes, Javi.
Isn't that a beautiful thing?
Yeah. Neither one of us has a life, do we?
Well, actually, I've been soldering.
Yeah, I know.
I've been having my life. I've soldered. God knows. Look, this many connectors and more.
Must be me then. Must be.
No, we all got lives. It's just it's very relaxing sometimes just to chill. And here's the thing. Right now, I would be sitting watching YouTube if not. So I mean, and 50% of the YouTube I watch is, and this is a good topic for one of them, is this will be a nice topic, is what do you watch on YouTube? Because 50% of the, we'll probably repeat part of this conversation. 50% of the YouTube that I watch is plain old educational stuff.
Yeah.
No, okay. Let's 1/3. 1/3 is educational. 1/3 is just to make me laugh. And 1/3 is entertainment. 1/3 is refresher, I would call it. For instance, whether it's woodworking, I watched the show on how to make cabinets.
Mm-hmm.
I've made all the kitchen cabinets in my kitchen.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. And any show that I watch on making cabinets, 90% of them don't have the skill level I do at making kitchen cabinets. Those 10% are phenomenal, watching them make kitchen cabinets. Many of the others are identical to me. Regardless, I will watch them all. Not the really bad ones, but I will watch them all because they're entertaining. I'm watching the Perkins Brothers. Perkins Brothers is a building team of a couple brothers that they're building. I've built CBS buildings all my life, and because I'm building the new building, I'm basically watching all the. I know how to frame an interior and exterior wall. I know all about cripple studs, king studs, jack studs. I know every term there is. I was a general contractor, for goodness sake. But watching them build it, because I haven't, the information's all in there, but it's 20, 30 years old. Electronics, same thing. These are the kind of shows I enjoy. These are the kind of shows I'm betting most of the people here enjoy, is watching shows on stuff that they already know about, like you already know about, but you're watching over and over.
Frankie just hit a nail, and this has been kind of my usual my lately what I've been doing. He said when I was into building guitar effects, pedals and stuff, and building amps, I'd sit down and start adding caps, resistors. Next thing I knew, it was 5-6 hours later, and I agree totally. You know, I've got kits, literally, guys. I've got kits. That's a little Tesla coil. I want to sit down and build this. Okay, I want to sit, and I could have done it tonight. I didn't even think about it. I just didn't think about it. You know, I just didn't even think about it. You know.
Yep. Absolutely. You know, and then on days that I get backlogged in the hobby boxes, I could sit and do my show and do this at the same. That's a beautiful thing about certain things. Like, for instance, these here. These little bootstrap power supplies. Certain things I don't have to think about. Well, after building 120 boxes, there's very little that I have to think about. But even so, when I'm chatting, I get distracted and the wrong order.
Oh yeah.
You know, so but there's other things, and like right now, what I was doing when you and I were chatting, I was making let me get on here. I was making these. All I was doing was soldering these things, but here's what I did. I soldered only the red cables.
Yeah.
So the only thing that my mind had to remind me of is look for the plus sign. That's it. Right. That's the only. When I get down to one instruction, I don't forget things.
When I was building kits, I would sit 3 kits in front of me. Okay, and they were probably Arduino sized, kind of like that. Yep. And I would put all the 1K resistors in. And solder them. You know, and then
look at this. You see this? This is the XY cable. This is the this is the Y and A cable. This is the X cable, and this is the Z cable. Okay, I've got about 10 sets that all I did one day was just build those cables. That's it. And that's what I do. Today, I'm not building I could build an entire box, but if I have all these things ready, then when I build the box, it'll take me an hour and a half.
I understand. The only problem with this Tesla coil, guys, is this. And
Chinese?
And I don't know where the instructions are at, but they're just like that. Okay? And I'm going, crud. I mean, it's in here somewhere, but maybe this is it. Yes, it is. But you know what? I've got that.
Oh, Chinglish.
Yeah, but see,
that
but
doesn't help much.
So I can build it with the schematic.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. Anyway,
well, let me
in here.
Let me call it a night. The one thing that I definitely would like to do is try to keep it to exactly an hour. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
That sounds good. Javi.
And then, that way we're not taxing ourselves, and we got something to look forward to every week. Because that's the thing. Sometimes I'll go on in my show. I mean, because this is just completely random, and whenever I do it, and hopefully people are entertained or and hear stories about me every now and then. But the Saturday show, I do have 1 or 2 projects, and I try to limit it to an hour because, frankly, well, somebody will ask me something near the end of the show, and they'll go, "Hey, can you do this?" And if I end up doing that, then that's something I could stretch out to a whole other show. And instead, I end up taking 20 minutes longer to do something rushed, not have any detail in it, and then it's a horrible show, and then I don't have anything for the following show.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I hear you.
JIA Animaniacs on Hulu. I don't have Hulu, but that's okay. I can download anything.
When I stream, I don't do a show. I stream. I sit down and I just do stuff.
Yep.
And I tell myself my Sunday Twitch is just a stream. I did something this last Sunday. I had Jeff on and Paul on, and that was probably my first show ever, if anything, if you want to call it a show, that had any type of structure to it, I guess.
Right.
And it wasn't very structured either, but I interviewed somebody. I did, the back and forth, and I don't know,
Yep.
maybe the Saturday night, whatever you want to call it, Javi.
I'm trying to see how to. Oh, let me see. I'm sorry. I'm having a tough time spelling unfairer seas. I think that I probably spelled it wrong.
It's unfairer seas.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah, Unfairer Seas does knitting over on Twitch. She's part of the Creative Crusaders over there, which I'm part of with several other streamers, and very creative, very very good person. Michael does minis, paints minis, plays games. Again, a great guy too. Follows most of us and is kind of in the group with us. And I posted in our group, and lo and behold, they showed up. Which thank you very much.
Well, it's fantastic. Let me call it a night because I'm.
Sounds good to me.
I'm
Let's cross the hour mark.
It's well, the sun should be on the going up the opposite side now. Should be over there now. It was over here, went under me, and now it's over there. That I love that app. I really do. I always like that the Star Walk app.
I don't have the app, but I've had. I think it's Planetarium or something like that for the PC. But anyway.
Yes, something similar. The real cool thing about this is because of the because of the angle of the phone, it will always know the orientation. So the star map, no matter what, is there. It's really cool. Anyways, but
Indeed.
Have a good one. Live long and prosper, and I'll see you soon. And folks, stay tuned for a wonderful. Let me go there. Nope, wrong way. There we go. Got to get a handle on these controls. Stay tuned for an upcoming series on Javi's Woodshop. I don't know what I'm going to call it, but we'll come up with something, and Al and I will be chatting away. It'll be rather interesting, and we'll be plugging Al's channel every week on it, of course, if you haven't watched. And I'll probably do a little plugging for Eloy and Mark. They need it. They only get 7 people following them and stuff. Maybe because they talk so much about music. But anyway, yeah. But hopefully we'll get a few Trekkie people and Star Wars people and sci-fi people to watch us, because we're really big into that as far as and electronics and all that jazz. So, folks, have a wonderful week. Have a wonderful Christmas. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I don't know. I may or may not be on once or twice before Friday when I leave town. And if not, if I do, whatever. See ya when I see you. Good night, all.